Hello and welcome to Force 13 Live, where we are going to talk about very dangerous, potentially catastrophic Hurricane Patricia coming very close to the western Mexican coastline, looking at a landfall very near Manzanillo. I am here, Devin Williams, and I am also here joined by Craig.
Hello.
Hello and welcome to Force 13 Oh, God. Forgot to mute myself.
Oh dear.
Yeah, just forgot to mute myself. I should probably do that. Okay, so there's plenty to talk about. This is the latest visible imagery, and just to take a look at it, Craig, it does seem to be hooking maybe a little bit to the west there in the latest couple of imageries.
It does indeed, and there is definitely no doubt that it has done that. It's now the next question. That's the next real question.
Anyways, we're basically gonna be monitoring the absolute latest that we can find. I have aircraft recon data right here, so we'll try to get that to you as soon as possible. This stream's not going to have all the same bells and whistles as if Nathan is here, but we're still going to try to manage. And I think we can definitely see here that Patricia is trying to blow up a little bit before hitting the coastline, which is a bit scary to say the least.
It is really, that's quite worrying.
I don't know if you see you're seeing the same thing that I am, but it does seem like that tall thunderstorms are starting to blow up, and certainly
I am seeing that indeed.
Certainly, tropical storm force winds are now coming ashore. I doubt the hurricane force winds there. So let's go over. Okay. So let's go over what the watches and warnings are. I have posted all of the latest information from the 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time Advisory in the description of this video. So a summary here. Hurricane Patricia is still producing 200-mile-per-hour winds. Now, I would like to reiterate, these are the strongest winds reliably recorded by aircraft reconnaissance. 200-mile-an-hour winds, that's the equivalent of an EF5 tornado.
EF4.
EF5. EF5's 200 plus. The minimum central pressure.
There we go.
Minimum central pressure of this storm is 879 millibars. This beats Wilma's record in the Western Hemisphere by 3 millibars. The lower the pressure, the more intense this storm is. So very clearly a very dangerous storm coming in. Hurricane warnings. These hurricane warnings, they haven't changed for 2 days. They're still the same. But let me reiterate them. A hurricane warning is in effect from San Blas to Punta, Telmo, Mexico, including the Puerto Vallarta and Manzanillo areas. A hurricane watch is in effect from Punta, Telmo to Lazaro, Cardenas, Mexico. And a tropical storm warning is also for the hurricane watch areas from Punta San Telmo to Lazaro Cardenas, but has also been extended from El Roblito to San Blas, Mexico.
That's a quite good pronunciation there, Devin. I probably wouldn't try it. I probably wouldn't do any better.
I try my best.
I'll give you that.
So I'm going to take a look here. So Ahmed asks, do you think it will be getting any closer to Puerto Vallarta? It was not on the path according to the morning imagery, but it does seem to be changing a bit. Well, according to these what I can say is that this storm is a very small system. Very much like
very small but very dangerous.
Yes, very dangerous. Hurricane force winds extend 35 miles out from the center, or 55 kilometers out from the center. I don't think that will necessarily be enough to significantly affect the Puerto Vallarta region, but if it keeps on turning to the west like it can, it could start becoming a more serious threat to Puerto Vallarta. Puerto Vallarta is underneath a hurricane warning, which means hurricane conditions are expected within 24 hours. So I would absolutely be prepared for this system, to be prepared for hurricane force winds for an extended period of time. Okay,
Yeah,
Craig, do you have anything to say right now?
Well, what I try and stress all day is please heed the warnings. Don't take this hurricane as a joke. Don't, because it's 200 miles an hour bearing down on Mexico now, and it's very, very dangerous.
I would also like to stress that there have been exactly 0 hurricanes that have made landfall with this intensity worldwide. The lowest pressure ever recorded at landfall in intensity, and I don't even know if this was officially recorded or not, would be Typhoon Meggy in 2010 when it made landfall in the Philippines at 885 millibars.
Yep.
Other than that, the strongest landfall with a reliably recorded pressure would have been the 1935 Labor Day hurricane that had a central pressure of 802 millibars.
Yep. There's actually no question about that one.
This storm is 879. As far as the recon plane, it looks like the hit has looped around in the outer band a little bit and is starting to turn towards the north. It's now on the outer fringes of this system right now. The last time that it passed through, it recorded a minimum central pressure of 878.4 millibars. And now we're starting to, Hurricane Patricia is starting to get into this area where very few storms are stronger than it. I mean, I think this is now the 4th deepest storm recorded worldwide.
I'd imagine that'd be accurate, yes.
4th or 5th.
So.
It's got to be, and it's definitely
one of those.
Top 10.
I think the top 100. Top 10 this year. I think Pam's was number 1. I think
Pam was number 1. Now this. There's
went and ran away with it
between Pam and Pseudolord being the strongest system, but this blows it out of the water.
Well, to be honest, it isn't actually. Pam had 896 millibars. Pseudolord had 900 exactly.
Okay. The Black says, well, it's supposed to get to 205 miles per hour before landfall. I would like to say that I believe is no longer being predicted. I'll look again.
No, it's not being predicted.
Not. 200 miles an hour landfall is no longer predicted by the National Hurricane Center. And I think that this storm is very likely to weaken a bit before landfall. I don't think it'll weaken below Cat 5, but certainly I would believe the mountains interacting it.
They'll rip that. They'll rip it to shreds.
What?
They'll rip it to shreds.
Yes.
There'll be nothing after it.
And this is why the storm, although it's very, very strong, is expected to dissipate in only 36 hours. Mountains are going to tear the storm apart once it goes inland, but that's not to say that this is going to be a very significant storm for Mexico, especially for the Manzanillo area.
True. That is very true, that one, because I don't know whether it looks like it's trying to intensify again, or whether the eye's actually trying to fade away now. It looks like it actually could be intensifying. I don't think it will be, but it seems very unlikely it will. Especially as that close to land.
There's only so much that you can intensify before you hit a ceiling, and this storm is 200 miles per hour. There
How
are,
strong does it need?
you know,
Exactly. How strong does this thing need to get? I mean,
200 miles an hour, you can't get stronger. You really
what?
can't.
No, as I said, I may have said this earlier on today, but I don't know what I had right of calling Patricia a hypercane because I don't know whether that was the right word to try and describe or even
Well,
call Patricia.
hypercane probably isn't the best portrait to describe because that's
No,
a storm that is 4 times as strong as Patricia.
that's true. That's
With
basically like
400
at the
mile
world.
an hour winds as opposed to 200. So, that's a storm that's 4 times as that will be 4 times as destructive wind-wise as Patricia. So, really can't
It's
make a comparison here. But this
now
storm,
not
it's
a
been
hypercane.
over 30, 31 degrees sea surface temperatures. Wind shear's been light. Humidity's been spot on. Just everything has been right for this storm to develop, and it is taking full advantage of it.
It took a full advantage when it needed to.
I'm just hoping.
Yeah, it has, I think.
I'm just hoping that this storm is weakening on these last couple of imageries. The visible, it doesn't look that as impressive as it did. The Dvorak, it looks good. On the RB top, it also appears to be fading a bit. So fingers crossed for this storm to weaken by a significant amount before.
Well, the thunderstorms around the actual eye wall itself are now blowing up. So we need, to be honest, we need a very quick advisor from the National Hurricane Center, which is obviously not going to happen until it makes landfall. But
another thing that I would like to
speaking.
say is that this storm has broken the advanced Dvorak scale. Is currently rated a T8.2, which suggests 200 mile an hour winds.
Which is incredible.
I mean, the advanced Dvorak scale suggesting 200 mile an hour winds. The observations match the predictions here. There's really not much more to say about this storm.
Northern edge of the eye wall is now beginning to make landfall. The worst of it's now starting to come ashore. So,
not necessarily the worst of it yet. The worst of it is probably still another. The worst of it still
probably another
probably
10 hours
to 8 hours away before it makes landfall, I would imagine.
But
that depends on how far east or west the eye decides to jog, because these very intense systems, they don't stay in a straight line. They wobble around a decent bit. So they'll jog to the west here, jog to the right here. They don't travel in a straight line, so it's really
yeah, but it looks like it's going to definitely make a landfall.
Yeah,
it's a category 5.
That's the unfortunate part here, is that
it is.
Mexico has only seen one category 5 landfall in its past, and that was a very long time ago, back in 1959.
But here we go again.
It was actually a very similar area to this one.
The
1959 hurricane ended up causing, I believe, 1,800 fatalities.
Whoa. And this one, I think, is called 6 already.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
Let me just try and confirm that.
It really is.
Okay.
I'm just,
15.
and I'm just here. I'm pretty much just acting as a relayer here. I'm not. When the storm's this close to land, the models aren't going to do you very good, because you need the latest data, and they don't give you it. So when the storm's less than 24 hours before landfall, there really isn't anything that you can do.
Oh, yeah.
The models can't really help you. You can basically just say, okay, here's the final forecast cone. This is what we're going to have to go with. and
Yeah.
just hope that the storm weakens before landfall. We're not saying that it's gonna. We're just saying that the trend says that storms are likely to weaken before landfall in Mexico. It's not going to weaken all the way. It's still going to be a Cat 5,
At
potentially
landfall.
catastrophic Category 5 landfall.
The wind speed we're probably looking at is probably either going to be 195 to 190 miles an hour. That's probably the landfall. It'll be below 200.
It should be below 200. Fingers crossed that it is below 200.
If it's not, I'll be staggered. Literally, the hurricane will have done really well.
The strongest hurricane landfall in the entire world, when measured by wind speed, would be Typhoon Haiyan.
Exactly.
That made landfall with winds of 195 miles an hour in very flat areas of islands in the Philippines.
Yeah, in the Visayas. That was not a good scenario. But if
something I'm gonna
Patricia does that, then she's went and stole the strongest landfall. What could we safely say ever? And it's already broke tons of records already since becoming the Cat 5, since hitting 200 miles an hour. It's a very historic storm, but also it's a very catastrophic one as well. So
yes.
it's already, here's the death toll already from Patricia. Well, what we think it may, well, what Wiki thinks it is 6 people already have sadly not made it already through the storm. Damage is unknown, so there must be damage caused. There could have been damage caused, maybe with some flooding, maybe.
And you know what? This storm blew up so quickly that I'm really worried that not only, that people might not be able to evacuate, not due to ignorance, but rather due to traffic jam. And this is another thing that I really stress here, is that you're more than likely more safe in your home than you are out in your car.
Exactly, because
I would say at this point in time, it is too late to evacuate. Don't try it.
You've decided to stay, it's too late. You've decided to stay, and you better be confident that your house holds, because
it's not necessarily decided to stay in this case, Greg. I mean, this storm went from 65 miles an hour to 200 miles an hour in a span of 30 hours.
That's quicker than any other storm that has formed on Earth to develop.
Not necessarily, but
okay. But
not necessarily.
It is a very quick developing storm. It was a very quick developing one. Wilma, yes, that was a very quick.
Wilma and Forrest both blew up faster than this system, but they are also the most extreme cases.
Yes, but it's the power that that they brought.
Carl Myron asked when's it supposed to hit Mexico. That replied 6 to 12 hours. I probably agree with that. Probably closer.
I will.
Probably closer to 12 than 6, but we'll see here. I don't think it'll make landfall in 2.5, but you never know.
You never know, because the storm is actually picking up speed again. It slowed down and now it's picked up speed back up to 12 miles per hour. So maybe the good thing is if it keeps on speeding up, it's going to be over quicker. Or if it slows down, then it's going to be more rain event when it makes landfall. Also, there's going to be very high winds.
The Hunter airplane has now turned directly to the south.
Oh.
So I'm not exactly sure what they're doing here in Patricia's southeastern rain bands, but apparently they found something interesting, and they're definitely trying to discover something here.
So they're obviously they've obviously found something that's not right.
I mean, if they're going to find something that's not right, you would think that would be the 878 millibar air pressure that they found in the storm.
Yes, it must be.
I mean, I'm pretty sure only 4 storms have done that in history, and all of them being historic super typhoons. And
yeah.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I'm pretty sure all 4 of them are going to be in the Force 13 top 100. But
oh, this one's already in the in Hurricane Week. This one.
Yeah,
this one's broke Hurricane Week.
You know, it's just going to be all of the storms, whatever. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. This one's going to be in Hurricane Week. This is probably going to be what, top 100.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be in that list, unfortunately.
No.
But this is going to be
right up with the typhoon tipses.
Not necessarily that, but I'm going to say that this is definitely going to be mentioned as probably the worst storm of 2015.
Holy crap! It's clearing the floor with every storm in this year.
An elevation map of Mexico, and you can really see that elevation goes up really quickly as you go inland. You know, I would probably say that's maybe 50 kilometers inland, and you're already 2,000 to 4,000 feet above sea level, and that's just a stark elevation change.
And that's a storm killer. So
we're hoping for these land interactions to start tearing the storm apart.
Well, what was that on there? What was the weakening rapid dissipation flag on there for?
Yeah, but also the numbers. I would be more interested in that if the numbers weren't steady at 7879, and they are still steady at 7879. So.
And here's the thing as well: the core is actually quite warm, so it's 7.4.
Yeah, plus 7.4 there.
So that's the sort of things that you got to ask about this, because sometimes it can add up, sometimes it doesn't.
Okay.
There's one case where
Jules Greer says, I am here in Puerto Vallarta at the marina. Light mist and the palm trees are very still. Mashed Potatoes 2000 says, how much damage and how many deaths do you this will cause?
Well, if people have heeded the warnings, hopefully not a lot.
Yes. You always know that a storm coming in here will certainly cause deaths, will certainly cause destruction. In this case, it's not out of ignorance. This absolutely isn't out of ignorance. This, like I said, just 24 hours ago, people were expecting maybe
minimal
comparably insignificant storm to make landfall in the Puerto Vallarta area and be like,
exactly, there's only a Cat 2,
and now this is a historic Category 5 hurricane.
Exactly. And we've seen the forecast chart when it was born, only a Cat 2. You just went, yeah. Well, everyone went, yeah. It's gonna do a usual Cat 2 damage, and then okay, it's going up to it's a Cat 3 now, so a Cat 3 landfall. Okay, a little bit stronger damage. And then it went up to 110. Okay, big damage is going to start happening. Then 130 mile an hour landfall, bit worrying. And then
just to
Cat 5.
Just to show you this list. Just to show you by how much Patricia is the strongest storm recorded in the Eastern Pacific. Take a look at this gap here between Patricia of this year and Hurricane Linda back in 1997. They're not even comparable. They're not even on the same.
I'm just gonna add this. I think Patricia's cleaned the floor with Linda.
It's not.
There's no
There's
need
not
in
even a
thinking.
comparison. And if we want to go into the, now I know I'm talking about a site
Atlantic
that I
and that,
shouldn't be
and the
on.
Westpac.
If we take a look at the Westpac, 4 storms have gotten below 880 millibars. And look at this. Typhoon Ida,
Exactly.
and we can't confirm the legitimacy of that because that was taken in 1958. But Typhoon June, Typhoon Nora, Typhoon Tip. That's it.
Exactly.
I mean, it was tied with Typhoons Kit, Rita, and Vanessa not too long ago, but now it's just demolished them.
It's beating all the greats here. Near enough all the greats, but it's beating most of them.
And to take a look, none of these storms made landfall at their peak intensity, by the way.
Hell
Nora weakened significantly before making landfall on northern Luzon. If we take a look at Typhoon June, I don't even think June did make landfall.
I don't think it did. Well, apparently it caused damage.
Taking a look here, yeah, this Typhoon June did not make landfall. It could have passed one of the islands. Typhoon Ida is certain completely different. That's a major typhoon that made landfall in the Tokyo area in Japan. But again, not even close to Category 5 status.
No.
So, and Tip, I also believe, did not make landfall.
Nope.
Oh, well, it did. It actually did make landfall. A typhoon landfall in Japan. And
a Cat 1 though.
Yeah, not a Cat 5. So it's safe to say that we have not seen any hurricane in history, hurricane, typhoon, tropical cyclone, I don't really think it matters at this point in time, that has been this close to land.
Or is going to make a landfall of Cat 5 intensity.
I mean, you could try to compare Monica to this storm, but even Monica weakened considerably before landfall.
Oh yeah. Monica lost quite a bit of steam and then just killed itself by making landfall. It's obviously, looking at it, it's the sheer power. I mean, you don't. It's not the sort of power you'd expect.
Hurricane hunters have made another loop around in Patricia's southeastern rain bands.
Okay.
I'm still not 100% certain. I don't know how these recon data events go, so I'm not 100% certain on what they're doing here. But they are looping around in that eye wall.
Which they've got to be careful.
Let's see here. Okay, we've got a bunch of questions here. Okay, Michael C asked, could this hurricane significantly change course, or do we know pretty much exactly where it'll make landfall? Again, Category 5s, they tend to wobble around, especially at this intensity. But for the most part, we've figured out that this is probably going to make landfall somewhere between Puerto Vallarta and Manzanillo.
I think we know where the hurricane's going to make landfall right now.
Michael also asked, Linda was in an El Nino year 2, right? Yes, it was. Do we know how many systems we had in 2015? It seems to break records. I'm not 100% sure how many we have worldwide, but I do know that this is the 9th Category 5 worldwide, and the record is 12 back in 1997.
No, in fact, we would have had Kopu and Champi became Cat 5s, we would have had 11 Category 5s worldwide. But thankfully, Champi wouldn't have been bothered because it's way out.
And Martinez Julian asks, is it possible for a storm to go below 870 millibars? And the answer is yes. Theoretically. but we have not observed one.
Not yet.
Ahmet Karasu says, could you post the link for the Hurricane Hunters mission page? I would like to say that this is not their mission page. This is a website outside of the NHC that just turns the data into figures. So there is the link for that.
But the good thing is, the cone of uncertainty is very small.
Yes, and high confidence too in this cone.
Yeah. 200
Not
miles an hour landfall.
Depending on when the hurricane hunters go through the eye wall of Patricia again, there probably won't be another update from the National Hurricane Center for 2 more hours. There's got to be updated imagery here. There is taking this long to go through the GIF.
Yeah, it's the eye has actually shifted. I think it's gone off.
Right there, the eye has taken a little bit of an S bend and is now starting to turn back.
It's probably going to try and recenter again.
So there again is another one of those wobbles. And also it should be mentioned that the eye size has decreased as well.
Yeah, which also is another sign of it intensifying. But I don't see it now. Because obviously the eye's shifted.
But if this storm, you know, like I said, I can't help but be skeptical that this storm has intensified any further. I'd
have to agree with it.
I honestly would not. I might, if this storm ends up strengthening more than it already has, you know, I might pass out on air because that's just some next level stuff here.
Oh yeah, so it's
okay.
It's really
take a look. Here's the graph that they currently have from this mission. You can see they have 195 knot flight level winds. There's another site that I'll probably be going to that I can give you the specific numbers for the flight level and the sea level pressure. But usually flight level winds, they correspond to what the surface level winds, 1 minute sustained wind speeds are in miles per hour. So 195 knots, 195 miles an hour, but they decided to keep the storm at 200, and I think that might be agreeable, especially since the storm dropped a millibar or two since they've last been in it.
Yeah. But
God, I hope that eye is disappearing.
I'm probably gonna have to hate and tell you this, but
I really hope that eye is disappearing. I mean,
well, I'm gonna look at the latest RAM imagery, but I hate to tell you, it looks like, well, I might give you some hope. It looks like it.
Okay, nullschool.net. Let's see if my computer.
But it's picking up speed now. It's going into straight line now. But the eye looks like it could be recentering again. That reconnaissance mission actually came out alive. Tell you what, that must have been
Just
scary.
to say, this is my first time using this, so I really don't know how to use this, but
well, they're probably flying. They're flying into the worst turbulence that possibly could exist.
well, no, you know, they gotta do research in the outer rain bands too.
Jesus, that is insane.
Okay, so I think this is the graphic that these guys were that one of the viewers requested that I pull up. Again, I've never used this graphic before, so I really have no idea how it's even used. I can't get any more zoomed in than I already have, so you're gonna have to take this at face value, unfortunately. Here is that graphic that you requested that we show on air. Definitely an interesting thing. I'm thinking this is surface level winds, and pretty sure these are also satellite derived. So this is what the wind flow looks like currently for this hurricane. If you guys have any questions or want us to discuss any other storms right now, obviously Patricia is really the
Main matter.
And right now, but there are other storms going on right now. Typhoon Shampi, as well as Hurricane Olaf,
which is re-intensified. Which is re-intensified to 120 miles an hour.
Shampi is re-intensified.
Yeah, back to 120 miles an hour. Expected to weaken. Tropical Depression 26 dissipated yesterday evening. Still not deactivated yet. I think the NOAA floater has been. Anyway, I don't know. Champe back down to 90 miles an hour. Not much left of that. It's near enough gone. But obviously the main matter is Patricia.
Okay, I'm gonna.
The worst hurricane.
I wouldn't necessarily call it the worst, but certainly one of the strongest.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, the eye looks like it could be re-deepening.
Well, I certainly don't want to say that.
It looks like it is, because the eyes
are currently that this storm is not re-intensifying. I don't want to say re-intensifying. The storm hasn't weakened.
No.
The storm hasn't weakened. How can it re-intensify if there's if it hasn't weakened? I don't want this storm to intensify at all. I don't think anybody does.
No. But the eye was like this, and it's gone down. So it's ended up going down. So it could be deepening. Which I really
Hurricane Hunter aircraft. The Hurricane Hunter aircraft has now made another complete loop in the southeastern rain bands.
Okay, that's as long as they are okay and that they get the hell out of there safe, then
I mean,
get back to base and get home.
I don't know if there's maybe an equipment malfunction going on or something. If they're just making sure everything's okay, you know. Obviously, we don't want to hear a plane down going in a hurricane, especially something like this. This is unbelievable.
Unbelievable power. It's truly something. But the last case, this is probably the worst hurricane. Well, not probably, but it is the worst hurricane that will ever make landfall.
I really wouldn't necessarily classify it as worst, but strongest, yes.
Strongest all the way, because
I mean, strongest winds, strongest air pressure. It doesn't matter which way you cut this system. This is
major.
Anywhere. If there's anything else that you would like us to show on the live stream, just type into the comments. I'll be checking them periodically. Craig, if you have anything to show people in the live stream, please do so.
Yeah, I'll show the SSTs. Let everyone know what's another factor.
And the sea surface temperatures are 30 to 31 degrees. I mean,
yeah, which is, I think that's good enough. No wonder why. No wonder why the hurricanes got to where it is. But just to remind them, the temperatures are.
Here is the latest information out on Hurricane Patricia. The latest information is in the description. So if you want to take a look at it and read it for yourself, it's in there. I'm also going to be bringing up the cone right after this. Okay, so we're going to start with the tropical storm warnings. Tropical storm warnings means that 39-mile-per-hour winds or greater are predicted to affect your location within 24 hours. These locations go from El Roblito to San Blas, Mexico, and from Punta Telmo to Lazaro, Cardenas, Mexico. A hurricane watch is in effect for the eastern portion of that tropical storm warning, east of Punta Telmo to Lazaro, Cardenas. A hurricane warning is in effect from San Blas to Punta Telmo. This includes the Puerto Vallarta and MANZANILLO area.
Yeah, as we'll keep on stressing until the hurricane's dissipated or made landfall, please heed these warnings. Now, it's a stark situation. It's life and death.
Yep.
Clearly, flooding's.
Good God.
Well, flooding's probably going to be an well, maybe not an afterthought, but
flooding rains. Speaking of flooding rains, this storm is supposed to influence moisture coming from a non-tropical low in the Gulf of Mexico, and it's expected to dump 18 inches of rain in coastal areas of eastern Texas. And that's a place that's gotten flooding for pretty much since May. They've been getting torrential rainfalls. Certainly, eastern Texas doesn't need any more of it.
Which had tropical storm Bill rubbing insult to injury, and now they've got this rubbing insult to injury.
Yeah. So
which would be worse?
No matter what the hurricane is, flooding and landslides are going to be a significant factor. In fact, the stronger the hurricane, the larger the rain rate is, the more dangerous that flooding and landslides are going to be. So that's maybe another thing that we haven't been really stressing about. We're going to be all like, 200-mile-an-hour winds. There's also going to have a very high rain rate for this system. There's a possibility that this might be putting down, a foot of rainfall every 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, that's a certain.
I mean, that's just how amazing this storm is,
and how much history it's making. But the landslides are supposedly to be very, very large landslides. The landslides are supposedly bigger.
That's where most of the deaths of the Mexican hurricanes come from, are from the landslide. So if you're in a landslide-prone area, you should have gotten out a long time ago. I mean, now it's just too late. Please stay safe in your homes.
I think the ground will be saturated now, because now with this already saturated ground from the outer fringe of the hurricane, that's basically rubbing insult to injury. Because I think the landslides for a hurricane are just an afterthought, just to rub it in, really. But it's still something to really think about, and it's the last thing you want to try and get sleep over, because there's going to be a lot of people out there that are going to be panicking, quite right so, because it's a massive hurricane and it's a bad one.
Nothing really new. Just how high of a surge will create.
I think it's at 50 feet right now.
According to the JTWC. Come on.
According to the JTWC, apparently. I think
that's wave height. That's not surge.
50 feet storm surge. Holy shit.
No,
that's the end of the world.
That's wave height, not surge. He's asking for the surge.
Surge height. Well, that'll probably be quite high. But I'm not quite sure how high. But wave height, as far as I know.
I don't know.
There we go. Wave height's 50 feet.
He produces graphics for surge, but I always remember seeing them there, but they're not here.
Well, I'll give the wave height. The wave height is 50 feet. Gusts are to 210 knots.
That is 240 miles an hour, I believe.
Yes, that's very close to 250. Also, it's within 24 hours. It'll be down, well, tomorrow at midnight. It'll be down to 150 miles an hour, gusts of 190 miles per hour, 160 knots. And then within 12Z, 24th, it'll be down to a 70 mile an hour tropical storm. And then a day later, it'll be down to a depression. Nearly a depression. So it'll be a remnant low. So it just shows you how quick this hurricane is actually supposed to weaken and dissipate. But it's if you're a storm tracker, it's definitely the storm of the year to track this one. Don't let this one go slipping past. But seriousness has to be taken with tracking it, because obviously it's top dog. It's a Cat 5, and it also, yes, 200 miles an hour winds.
I'm currently
what effect it'll cause.
I'm currently trying to get a graphic up that will describe the storm surge threat for Mexico, but I unfortunately don't think I'm going to be able to do it.
No.
If we take a look at previous Category 5s, 18 to 21 feet. 18 to 21 feet certainly are possible. So that's what I would expect. Around the same storm surge as Andrew is something that I would expect in this system.
Well, I'm just watching the inside of the hurricane, as in Patricia. The rainfall is like nothing I've ever seen. It is a very intense rainfall that is within the hurricane. Also, be aware of that, and also be aware of
rain rate.
That as well. It's
rain rate is, this is, anything that can dump a foot of rainfall in less than a day is unbelievable. And
I think there can be the odd storm that we could possibly compare it to is probably some typhoons.
Ulrich Baptiste says National Hurricane Center Patricia now has 245 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. I like to say that is untrue.
Yes. If you're saying that, then
winds are still at 200 miles per hour.
Yep. If you're saying
chat room has just started a call for whatever reason.
Oh God. Whatever it is, that is. It's best anyway, so it doesn't matter. So who said that, Devin? Who actually said that? As in,
there's someone on the YouTube comments.
Yeah, but whoever said that, come on, that sort of intensification before a landfall. I mean, that thing had to have had a quick little dose of steroids to get that high up. Come on.
240 mile an hour sustained winds actually isn't even possible.
No, because it doesn't even exist. Not in the National Hurricane Center, not in knots, because it doesn't exist. It only goes, what, 205 the limit?
For miles an hour, it's around 220. You're not going to storm higher than 220. That is the limit in perfect conditions.
Yes, because if you see a storm bigger than that, then, well, be worried. Be very worried.
I wouldn't, Ron Wallace, I wouldn't expect a 30-foot storm surge. Storm surge is much larger dependency on size than it is dependent on wind speed. So, like I said, 18 to 21 feet is what I would expect. I mean, that is very significant too, but I'm not expecting to see a Katrina like I'm
Storm
not
surge.
expecting to see a Katrina-like storm surge here.
So what was Katrina's?
Katrina's 30 feet.
30 feet?
Very close to that. I think the maximum was 27 or 28.
That's actually quite a high storm surge.
Gusts?
Probably the storm surge here, you're probably looking at 21 feet, maybe 20.
Yeah, I mean,
because I don't think you'll be seeing higher than 21, as you said. I don't think we'll see higher because obviously, but it doesn't really matter how high the storm surge is. It's still going to cause flooding.
This is very true.
Because it doesn't really matter if the waves don't get over. It's that rainfall that's going to do it. It's the rainfall that's going to do it.
I think hold on. I think what Yurik was trying to say there was that the storm is gusting up to 245 miles an hour. That's certainly not sustained. What a wind gust is is a maximum 3-second long burst of winds in 10-minute periods. I mean, 250 miles an hour. That's well into the realm of the old F4 on the Fujita scale. This is a classic F4 on the Fujita scale if you take a look at gusts. That is unbelievable. But, you know, the maximum sustained winds, think about that. For, you know, every one, the strongest, you know, 1 minute sustained wind speed is 200 miles an hour. I mean,
come on. Now, the storm wants to be rewrapping, so it's reorganizing itself before landfall. So it's going to be very important.
Again, Hurricane Hunter's plan, if you can see it here, is still well to the south and east of the eye. It's been circling around in the southeastern rain bands for quite a while now. Pretty sure it had to have come in by now.
No, I haven't seen any new imagery. I've just updated mine. I haven't seen it.
Certainly has, and yeah, it does seem like that the eye is fading.
And it could be also rewrapping if you look at the RB top.
The eye's fading, dude, which is good.
A good sign.
Good news, you know.
But it possibly could still be at 200 miles an hour, which I don't think it will be.
Yeah. I wouldn't. I mean, we'll just have to see. I think that the hurricane hunters are probably going to get one more pass in the eye before this storm makes landfall.
It's landfall, and it's death.
And I don't think that we're going to see that next pass for about another hour or so. So we're going to have to wait in suspense until that hour passes by and we get this data.
Yeah, it's the worrying part now. It's the big long wait.
That's all you can really do here is that, you know, no matter where you are right now, we can pretty much just sit back and wait. We know a very small area where it's probably going to make landfall, and it's likely to get there in the next couple of hours.
No, Patricia, no, you don't. I'm just trying to check something in, Patricia. Trying to see what she's doing. See, the eye is up to something. I think it is fading.
Feet of surges. I think the surges are a little bit higher than that, but then again, this is a very steep shoreline, so maybe not.
The thunderstorms around the eye are popping up again, so, and the eye is
yeah, but it's getting less symmetric, so it's also losing its perfect symmetry that it's had for a good day now.
Yes, let's give it this. It has had a good day.
It's It's not going to be a good day if you live on the west coast of Mexico. I'll say that.
Oh no.
It's
Oh
not going to
no.
be a good day if you live in the Manzanillo area, because that storm's probably going to be on the border of the tropical storm. Hurricane force winds, I think, might be getting a little bit more than
Probably a
that.
hurricane.
Again, the Puerto Vallarta and Manzanillo areas are underneath hurricane warnings.
We are probably looking at a. Well, we're always going to be looking. We're possibly still looking at Cat 5 landfall, Devin.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's probably going to be weakening. It's probably close enough to land now where you're thinking, oh, it might be weakening all the way there. You know what I mean? And, you hope so, that it's weakening all the way
Yeah,
there.
I hope it is. I
And
hope
then
it's down.
hopefully the
But
friction kills it.
oh, it should kill it. But it's that the wind speed what it's going to be when it makes its landfall. Will it be down to 190 or will it be down to 180?
It doesn't matter though whether if it makes
No.
landfall at 180, 190, 200 miles an hour. This is an
Devastation is going to be caused.
extremely dangerous system, and that there's the thing, arguing about the Category 5. Should there be an additional ratings on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale? To which I just have to say no. Once you
Yeah,
get above 155 miles an hour, you know, you can only do so much damage until you have total damage. And,
exactly. Until
and
everything's
1 minute
totaled.
sustained wind speeds of 160 miles an hour will give you just that total damage. And the
Yeah.
force of the wind goes up with the square, of the wind speed. So if we actually take a look at this storm is actually about 1.5 times stronger than your borderline Category 5 with winds of 200 miles an hour. Hey, don't get me started about how much stronger it is than a typical hurricane. Oh my God.
And looking at the imagery
Anybody
on
know
the
what time
screen,
Pacific Standard Time that it's expected to make landfall? Um,
It's supposed to make landfall, I think, in this
it's
evening.
expected. I'm gonna
sometime.
say, I've seen things from 2, 3 hours, maybe pushing 4, 5, 6 hours. I'm more towards the lengthy side of that.
Yeah.
We will be going live until this storm makes landfall, and probably a little bit further past then, depending on the news reports that come in. I was hoping for the recon to be a little bit more speedy than this.
Yeah.
It's still looping around there in that southeastern band, so there may be a possibility that Hurricane Hunter aircraft might be just waiting around to pass the eye just before the 5 o'clock advisory. I think that might be what's going on there, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
No. We're going to have to find out.
No new analysis coming out of Simis yet, but they've held the storm at 8.2 for a while now. It wouldn't surprise me if they start dropping that down. And something to say here, the strongest that the Dvorak scale is supposed to go is 8.0, and this has cleared that by a large margin. 8.2. I mean, you just can't say how ridiculous this storm is.
Yep.
If somebody just randomly walked up to me and said that there was a 200-mile-per-hour hurricane in the Eastern Pacific, I would point, laugh, and call BS. But I can't even believe it with my own eyes.
Exactly. I woke up today for Patricia, and I woke up to it being a 185 mile an hour Cat 5. my strongest Category 5 ever until the reconnaissance team came back saying, look, amp it up to 200 miles an hour because this is what we're getting right
I
now.
will tell you what. I woke up at about 8 o'clock Eastern. A little bit before. I woke up at 7:30 Eastern. First thing I did was go on to the National Hurricane Center, and I'm like, okay, well, let's see here. This was a Cat 5 yesterday. They had 891 millibars. It's probably weakening by now. It's probably back up to 900. No, I turned on the NHC, 880 millibars, 200 miles per hour. I couldn't breathe for 3 minutes.
That'll explain your reaction in the chat room then.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, David.
What's the latest? And hi to viewers.
Well, the latest on
I would probably say
Patricia, the eye looks to be fading, but the thunderstorms around the eye wall looks to be actually popping back up again, so it looks to be reorganizing itself before landfall. But
hello,
as
David.
we
I am just checking the Twitter page for the Patricia. The Wikipedia has been updated 35 times so far on Patricia.
It's going to be
35 or 90 times.
Yeah. It's going to be updated a lot more times, especially once this plane starts moving through Patricia again.
Yeah.
I'm still not 100% sure what the recon plane is doing right now, but we'll have to wait and see what's going on.
Yeah.
They also
like I said,
saying
it's likely that the plane is waiting to pass through the center for until about 4:30, so the National Hurricane Center doesn't have to produce a special advisory.
What is probably going to have to do?
Perry Genova says Nathan is 200 equal to tip in wind speed. The best way that I can answer this, and I'm going to answer this in more than one way, is that Nathan is not here on the live stream today. It's just me, Craig, and David. David just recently joined. If you don't know who I am, I'm Devin. And one of the 3 Devins on Force 13.
Yeah.
But this
I wonder
is 10 miles per hour stronger than Typhoon Tip.
Go ahead, David. What are you going to say?
You can see, looking at the imagery on the screen now, you can note how wide the eye was. And you can see it now, probably what, pinhole?
It's probably down a pin. Well, it was already at a pinhole. It's just gotten down
Fading.
smaller. It's fading out now. It's dying.
Is what I would say. I doubt that it's strengthening. I mean,
if that eye's still there, the next imagery update, I always staggered.
Well, yeah, it's gonna survive. The eye. I mean, you have to realize that this storm was 879 millibars. The eye is going to survive probably all the way until the coastline.
Oh, right up to the landfall.
I mean, you have to dissipate a lot of energy to dissipate a pressure difference of over 120 millibars.
Can we bring up the wind shear?
Wind shear map. Sure.
Wind shear map's been pretty favorable, but it's what it says for what it's been saying.
My internet is failing me today, so I'm sorry.
I'll save you the hassle there, Devin. I've got it up anyway.
Okay. Awesome.
It's probably one of the most extreme scenarios, but here's the Atlantic anyway. Hurricane Graveyard's back. Oh god, not real much to talk about there. East Pack, Now, decreasing wind shear as Patricia is about to make landfall, that's going to be very conducive. Decreasing wind shear has probably opened a slight door for Olaf to re-intensify, but it's not going to be much because it's going to start moving into higher wind shear and get destroyed. West Pacific, see if there's any changes in that. Unfavorable conditions for Champion to try and survive. It's getting sheared. Dropping wind shear, wind shear decreasing dramatically. It's looking a damn sight better than it was earlier on today. Wind shear is dropping and dropping in vast quantities. Wind shear is dropping near enough completely, all gone in the South China Sea, so we could see something developing there. And also in the Bay of Bengal, nothing near no wind shear there. We'll try and have a look in there, see if there's something there. Anything at all. Well, Arabian Sea, very unfavourable. It's only one area that is favourable for development. Bay of Bengal is near enough favourable. I'll give it a good marginal. But decreasing wind shear now in this way up in the South China Sea. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
The unfortunate part here is that I don't think that for some reason, it shifted over to my screen for the wind shear map. Just a little, so probably just, the video probably just went over me typing in a comment to the YouTube section. Hello? Craig has muted himself. Here is a wind shear map, and you can see blues are conductive wind shear. That means that wind shear is good for development. You can see that it's blues all the way into the coastline, unfortunately.
Even the green to the yellow. So at this stage, it's still healthy.
Yeah.
So what we said yesterday, Patricia's going to punch through the wind shear. Can you bring up upper level divergence?
I will bring that up with the graphic that I'm getting up right now. Okay. Here it is. And we'll get water vapor imagery over this and take off the tracking forecast. And what you're going to see here is basically the concentric rings for, you said divergence?
Divergence.
Okay, this is what the divergence map looks like.
Okay. You can see the 10, 20, and what is it, 30?
40.
Okay, so Patricia, yeah, just where you've got the arrow, so perfect environment above Patricia, so that's not an issue. Can we bring up the dynamic track?
I'm not
just
sure what that would be.
Just down the bottom there, click on dynamic, bring it across to the right. No, next one.
The dynamical models?
Yep.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay.
Basically, all very much agreeing on the same track here. Models, like I said earlier in the live stream, they're not really going to help when the storm's this close to making landfall. Basically just riding right up into Mexico.
And before we leave this one, can you click on the ship?
Click on what?
The ship, SHIP.
Ship. Okay, the ship observations?
Yeah, click there.
Not really much to see.
So we've got 1007 and what is it, 1009 or 1000?
Yep.
So
and this
you've
is
got,
way out.
two ships. Yep. And what's the pressure of Patricia?
879.
879. Now, can you bring up sea surface temperature? You might have to go up the
Sure, I
page a
can
little
bring
bit.
up sea surface temperature. Here's what it looks like, and
Oh, look at it.
I'll put the
Look at the
storm back
brown.
on here.
Look at the brown.
And basically what this means, the browns here mean 30 degrees sea surface temperatures plus.
Perfect environment for sea surface temperature.
Another thing I like to look at, ocean heat content graphics. Basically anything over 50 is very conductive, and you can see 75s and 100s, and even a burst up to 125 in here, although there's no ring for it. A burst of 125 here. So ocean heat content's there. If we want to take a look at maximum potential intensity as far as wind speed's concerned, note that it's only 160 knots. This storm has surpassed its maximum potential intensity while strengthening. Now, I'll have to say, this is the only storm that I've ever seen do that except for Hurricane Isabel. That's the only other storm that I know of doing that. Unbelievable.
And a question from one of our viewers, what happens when Patricia, it's probably a deep tropical depression, gets over into the Gulf?
Alright, well, the remnants of Patricia is expected to feed into a non-tropical low pressure that's expected to form in the Gulf. Sorry about that. But anyways, there's a non-tropical low pressure expected to form into the Gulf of Mexico and is expected to bring very heavy rainfall to eastern Texas, west Louisiana, probably Arkansas, and Oklahoma in there as well. But okay.
So do we have any information on what warnings are in place for Mexico by the local authorities?
The warnings?
Yep.
Okay, I'll go through warnings again. After that, I'll bring up the cone to show you the graphical representation. We'll start with the hurricane warnings. Now, hurricane warning means that you're going to have 64 mile-per-hour winds or greater within 24 hours. Within 24 hours, although this storm is less than 12 hours before landfall, I would say if you haven't begun evacuating at this point, please don't. You will be safer in your house than you will be in your car. Hurricane warnings are in effect from San Blas to Punta, Telmo, Mexico. This is the same exact hurricane warning that they've had for the past 48 hours. I'm pretty sure that's not going to change. Same exact area. This area includes Puerto Vallarta and Manzanillo, Mexico. Hurricane watch is in effect from Punta Telmo to Lazaro, Cardenas. There's also a tropical storm warning in effect for that same area. And this is new information from last night, though apparently they added this overnight. A tropical storm warning is also in effect from El Roblito to San Blas, Mexico. So to take a look at what this means, I'll bring up the cone here. And this is where the storm's expected. As you can see, it's expected to not be anything in 30 hours. This storm here's the red in hurricane warnings, again, including the Puerto Vallarta and Manzanillo areas underneath hurricane warnings. We have hurricane watches extending all the way down this eastern coast here. Though I don't know if hurricane conditions will be affecting them. Also, tropical storm force warnings up here a little bit.
looking at the sea surface temperature, we look at the Gulf of Mexico, and it's still pretty good environment.
Again,
on that one, can we bring up the?
Just show one more time. Here's the reds.
Yep.
Here's the hurricane watch. Here's tropical storm warning.
Has the warning area that would be in blue, has that been extended?
Only the hurricane warnings, the tropical storm warnings up this way, but the hurricane warnings, they've stayed the same. The hurricane watches, they've stayed the same. For my knowledge, anyways.
So basically, Patricia really hasn't changed. The tracking hasn't really changed.
Kerry asks if the low pressure in the Gulf will become Kate. The low pressure is likely to be non-tropical. Anyone have an ETA when the storm will be hitting land? Well, let me make sure that I'm on the right screen here. I am. I'm going to refresh imagery for Patricia right now. And I'm imagining that it's probably going to be... I do know for a fact that we will be staying live until Patricia does make landfall. And possibly even further past that, because we want to bring the latest breaking news. One thing that I do know is that I'm going to have to leave the live stream up to Craig and David here, if they're still around, in about 2.5 hours, but that is a little while from now.
Yep, that's all right. And it's early morning over here in Australia, so and Jason, he'll probably put an appearance in about 4 hours, 5 hours time.
Okay, sounds good.
History in the making again.
Very much history in the making. I want to hear your opinion on this, David. Now that we've seen, a modern 200-mile-per-hour hurricane, do you believe storms like Typhoon Nancy from back in the 1960s, do you think that their wind speeds are kind of officiated because of this system?
I'll have to think about that, because I'm being new to the team. I just haven't not aware of the history. But when we look at Patricia and we factor in what tropical cyclone Pam did Vanuatu, I would rank Patricia first, tropical cyclone Pam second, but sea surface temperature between the two systems, it was above 31.
Yeah.
So sea surface temperature, well, it still remains an issue. So with the, it's my opinion that we're going to see more systems, but are we going to see another system like Patricia?
Someone just actually popped up. The eye is definitely shrinking, so getting slightly weaker. I'm wondering the same thing myself. I am personally waiting for the recon to eventually turn up to the north or turn up to the west. I'm not sure what they're going to do. I'm waiting for a recon to fly through the eye of Hurricane Patricia, which they are certainly in no hurry of doing. So,
not with that wind factor.
Yeah, they are in no hurry of going through the center of Hurricane Patricia right now. They have actually been in this southeastern corner for a couple of hours now. So
when's the next update for the flight?
Well, the latest on the flight is on my screen right now. They recorded a minimum air pressure of 878.4 millibars. But usually the NHC goes 1 or 2 millibars above that, so 879 is what they have said.
And look at the peak 10-second wind, 49 knots at 202 degrees.
Like I said, they are way, 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 way out here. So, and these are also flight level winds too. So we basically just have to wait for this storm to go. Probably going to turn back around and then head up that way. But
has it turned yet?
Patricia, sure. It's basically moving due north right now with some wobbles in between it.
Now, the wobble would be, what causes the wobble?
Well, if we knew, we'd tell you. I certainly don't know what necessarily causes the wobble, but usually due to a fluctuation of intensity or a change in conditions around the system.
I should know it because I've heard it mentioned many times, and I'm just. Yeah.
I do know that very, very strong systems like this do wobble, but you know, I just can't help but take a look at the satellite imagery, and the eye it's gotten a lot more compact recently, but also to say that it hasn't gotten any cloudier either.
Can somebody bring up the visible imagery loop 1 kilometer geostationary?
1 kilometer. I will work on that. Hold on.
Yep. And what, you've still got 5 systems on the global radar?
Yep. 92S, which has been around for about a week, but it's been also wrecked for a week. I don't think that it's, well, it's looking really good there, so maybe not. Might become the first tropical depression, but that also applies on the Funati's doing its job. Okay.
Click on the loop.
Here we go. 1 kilometer. Oh, my cursor just locked. Is this what you're looking for?
Hang on. What I'll do, just bear with me. What I'll do, I'll post it to the chat, and you can bring it up that way. There is another one. Yeah, what's happening?
Because almost certainly that the eye, you can definitely see that the eye has clearly decreased in size.
Yes.
You know, okay. Only a hope that it means that the eye is going to disappear, I mean that the storm's weakening. But usually if the eye is going away, it weakens, it usually clouds over. This is not. It really concerns me.
You want to bring the other link up? I've just pasted it to our chat room.
This link, sure.
Now this one is longer.
This one is the entire history. That's going to take a little while to load up on my computer, so.
Right,
I have a lot of gifts.
Leave that one. Here, so. Leave that one in reserve. But as I mentioned earlier, you can.
I will pull that up as soon as it fully loads.
We'd say that the main area would be. Oh, right.
NHC is in no hurry at all to get back into the center of the system. I don't know what's going on here.
Has anybody
okay, I've already answered this 3 times, but the viewers come in asking me if the low pressure in the Atlantic will become Kate. the low pressure in the Atlantic that will form from the moisture of Patricia will be non-tropical in nature.
Has anybody got the link to the EarthNet win, the satellite? Sorry,
The what?
the EarthNet.
Earth.net. I've never heard of this.
Hang on, let's see if I can bring that up.
I've got this.
Yeah, that's it.
Really?
The latest?
I
Now,
don't know if this is the latest or not, but this is what I got.
okay, well, just go back to that one.
I'm just refreshing it.
Okay.
Just refreshing it to get the latest.
Now, when I was there last night, you could see.
If I knew how to zoom in more from here, I would, but I don't.
I think you've got to double click. Go out of there.
I have been double clicking. It only goes in this far.
All right. Well, just leave it at that, and you see that it's got the inflow from the north, and it's also got the inflow from the south. So you've virtually got two. I'm not an expert on this, but this is just how I see it.
Yep.
You've got the intake from the north, the intake from the south. So you've got two feeds into the system.
Yep. And then this is the lower level winds. Obviously, I'm going to see here. Here we go.
The 250.
Take a look at upper level winds. And what we should see is, look at that, the exact opposite. Look at the anticyclone over this system.
Oh yeah, look at it to the east of it.
That would be the that's the ridge that's currently controlling the movement of Patricia right now. That's
okay. Now you look to the west. It's like the west southwest.
Pretty much right over whatever this is.
Yeah, just click on that. Okay, now you see that little bit there?
Yeah.
So, would I be right in saying that Patricia is in between those two systems, whether that's wedging?
But this is definitely stronger, the two systems. But you can definitely see, this is exactly what you would expect. You have all of that air going in, but as you know, work in must equal work out, and here's the outflow from this system here in the upper levels. This incredible, if you ask me. That is impressive.
Just bring it back to the other one. What was it? The 500?
The surface?
No, or the 850. Go to the 850.
Okay, we'll go to the 850. It really doesn't matter. I don't know why there's a surface and 1000. They're basically the same thing. There you go. That's what it looks like on the 850. Almost a perfect circle, which is exactly what you would expect from a 200-mile-per-hour hurricane.
So the main part is from the south to the west to the north. So the south to the north, the western quadrant.
This guy keeps on posting some link to the live stream, so I'll try my best to get this pulled up. Okay, I think what you wanted to show, David, has finally come through on my screen. And this is, you're going to see the progression of Hurricane Patricia's rapid intensification yesterday. And then,
that's the life of it so far.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see what this is. If it will even play it. If it doesn't play, I mean, I can't. I don't know what to tell you.
Slow that
It
down
doesn't
a
look
bit.
like it's gonna. Doesn't look like it's gonna load. So I won't be able to play that. Oh wait.
Oh,
Oh,
what's that?
aerosol thickness and all of this. Oh, this isn't.
No, that's the
This
dust.
isn't.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'm just
That's
going
more
to
climate stuff than what we're looking at right now.
see what communication, if any, from the US.
Couple of
I
live
do.
feeds have lost their cameras. Carrie would wonder if El Nino is the reason why Patricia has reached 200 miles an hour. And
Well, that's another factor.
Yeah, it's a factor, but it's not the reason.
No, it's very low wind shear, very low dry air, moist environment, very warm waters.
It's just
why. That's why.
Perfect system, just a perfect environment for a hurricane.
Oh yes.
And
Okay.
like I said, this is, if you take a look at 2015 as a whole, this is the 9th confirmed Category 5 of 2015, tying it with last year, I believe. Those Category 5s are, let's see if I can name them all off the top of my head. Bansi, Eunice, Pam, Newell, Dolphin, Etsani, Pseudolor, and this one, Patricia.
Yeah. You've got them. That is the ones. They are the ones. Unless you've missed one out. Yeah, you did. You've missed one out.
I missed one?
Yeah, you missed Maysack.
Oh yeah, Typhoon Maysack. I always miss one.
You missed Maysack.
Yeah, Typhoon Maysack.
Yep.
Oh,
so there's 9.
Yeah.
But hadn't Kopu, Champi, Nanka.
Kapu.
Yeah, no.
There's been a lot of near misses There's been a lot of near misses this year. Nanka probably being the closest near miss. Oh, maybe Joaquin being even closer.
Walking was actually closer.
Devin, Patricia would repeat a Haiyan if it makes landfall.
What you doing right now?
Well, this is.
I'll give you this, Devin. The eye is surviving.
I don't think this is as densely populated as Tacloban is, and I'm pretty sure Mexico's economy is a little bit better than it is in the Philippines. So I'd probably say it wouldn't be as bad. Plus, this storm is weakening before landfall, as Typhoon Haiyan didn't have huge-ass mountains to
conquer. Nah, the eye isn't fading away, Devin. It's doing the opposite.
Scary.
And in addition to what's happening with Patricia and its pending landfall on the Mexican coast, we have an interesting system over in the United States around Fort Worth, Dallas, Longview. Looks like now under a flood warning, and they've got 4 storm chasers out in the field at present, so they've got flooding issues over there. And as we wait for Patricia to make landfall,
what's gonna do it?
Oh, NHC needed to get their plane into this hurricane. Seriously.
Stop hanging about.
Yeah, I mean it's more than an hour from going through the eye at this point in time. I'm pretty sure. So I think that they've hung out way too long, and I just don't think that they're going to get a plane through the center of this storm before 5 o'clock. I don't even know if they're going to get a plane through the center of the storm the way that this thing's going. You know,
I don't think they'll get.
They've spent so long down there, and this recon mission is only supposed to last another hour.
They've not got another hour.
When's the next advisory from the NHC?
50 minutes. Possibly, probably before then, because they have been early with their advisories.
Is it still 3 hour?
Of course, they're not going to get any data from the plane coming in here, unfortunately. Justin believes 27 minutes till landfall. I still think it's a couple of hours away at the very least.
We're gonna have to find out though.
Bansi, Eunice, Pam, Masek, Newell, Dolphin, Athani, Patricia, Molly Capcons.
There you go.
Again, I'm gonna pull this page up again because I think this gives a really good comparison to see what storms have reached this intensity. If you take a look in the Eastern Pacific, Patricia blows Patricia blows Linda out of the water by 23 millibars. What do you guys think about that?
Well, it's setting the record. Patricia's one now in the official weather books, and it's just well, it's making history. And let's see how the pressure drops. But I think there will be concern once it gets over Mexico to see what's going to happen.
Currently, there are only 4 storms in recorded history that are stronger than this when recorded by air pressure. All 4 of them West Pacific typhoons. Typhoon Ida of 1958, Typhoon June of 1975, Typhoon Nora of 1973, and the almighty Typhoon Tip from 1979.
Wow.
What is the strongest and most intense storm worldwide right now? I'll let you ponder that yourself. If Joaquin and Patricia combined, Devon, and made landfall in Mexico, would that be bad? Well, Manuel and what's its name? I can't think of the I-name storm that made landfall in Mexico right now. What was the one that got paired up with Manuel in 2013? Someone help.
What, the I-name storm from 2013?
Yes.
Let me find that one for you.
Ingrid.
Oh yes, it was Ingrid.
Ingrid and Manuel, 2013. They were only Category 1s. They made landfall in Mexico at the exact same time, and they caused a combined nearly $6 billion in damages. So, well, that tells you what kind of destruction can happen when 2 storms combine. But when 2 storms of that kind of strength combine, that's a whole new level of dangerous that you're walking on there.
Yep. But if it were to happen, 2 Cat 1s merging, wouldn't they both create a Cat 5?
Nah. They merged over.
Depending on what wind speed.
Wind shear of each other's storms would tear them apart.
Oh.
That's why you don't see the strong Category 4s and 5s Fujiwara effect when they should. It's because the wind shears keep them far enough away from each other.
Ah. But if it did happen, though, that probably would happen.
I would like to say that the rapid dissipation flag is now off for Joaquin, and the raw and adjusted T numbers are back up to 8.0.
Joaquin?
Bad news there.
You said Joaquin.
Oh, never mind. Never mind.
We didn't know what you're on about though, so it's fine.
Patrician's numbers are back down to
So-
7-7, so never mind.
I thought
Because it has a bad. Never mind. I might have to say never mind again because they got the position of the eye horribly wrong. So once again, never mind. They got the position of the eye horribly wrong.
Hi guys.
Hello. Who is that?
Guess who?
I can't play Guess Who. I'm not gonna play Blues Clues.
Fine, Sean. Not Michelle. Sean. Jason here?
No.
Who's running the call?
Devin.
Oh.
Me, Craig, David, and you.
Okay.
Aircraft is up.
Is it-
Aircraft is flying back to the north and west.
Gonna try
They might make another pass through the center. Hoping
You
so.
spent too long. What are you doing?
We are hoping to have another pass through the center of this storm
before landfall.
before landfall. Hopefully before 5 o'clock when the next NHC advisory comes out.
Myself.
Everyone is asking time and time again, when will this storm make landfall? And it's looking like it's probably going to be in about, I would say, another 5 or 6 frames. So that would be about 3 hours, 4 hours maybe. It does appear to be slowing down a little bit before coming to shore, which is never a good thing.
Is it looks like it's strengthening or it looks like it's weakening?
I
honestly don't know.
I'd probably say maintaining at this precise moment in time.
If I were to say anything, I would say maintaining too. I mean, there's weakening things going on with the smaller eye, but also taller cloud tops
strengthening to the outer,
which would consider strengthening. I'd say that they're balancing each other out, and I would say that they are about equal.
Maintaining. So they're both maintaining wind speed. So you're looking at 200 miles an hour landfall. So, yeah.
I noticed that the center is looking a lot less defined.
I wouldn't say that.
It's coming back. If you look at RAM, it's actually come back.
Yeah. The center's, it's not about the center becoming well defined.
No, it doesn't matter. It's about the cloud tops.
I mean, the core's doing perfectly fine. There's no way that you can dissipate, you can't dissipate 70, 80 millibars in 12 hours while the storm's still over water. Is that Marcel?
Yes. Marcel.
Hello, Marcel?
Hello.
Hey, Marcel, how are you?
Fine.
Awesome. Happy to hear that people are on the live stream. So, what are your, and John, this is for you too. What are your reactions to 200-mile-per-hour Hurricane Patricia?
I thought it could only happen on Hyperworld.
Okay, Marcel?
Oh. Looks like we've lost Marcel.
No comment.
I'm thinking, also at the same time, I'm also thinking of the fact that, wow, this is the first occurrence of a storm that is like 200 miles per hour or more, and is sub 880 in the Western Hemisphere. That is a first.
Typhoon Tip, eat your heart out.
No, this is.
He said Western Hemisphere, so he is correct.
Sub 880. That's what I said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it shattered the old record of 902 set by Linda of 97.
I think you'll find that the record in the Western Hemisphere is Wilma 882, but
this is 870. I meant the East Pac record. It shattered the East Pac record by 23 millibars. It shattered the Atlantic record by 3 millibars.
Harry Genova asks if 92S will become Cyclone Annabelle. I don't have a comment for that right now. I don't know what the Force 13 live stream schedule is going to be like today. but it's really unimportant right now because I don't think that 92S is in any way affecting landfall, land areas in the way that this storm is right now. There is still Hurricane Olaf and Typhoon Chappie going on, but they're also fish storms. So really there is only one focus of this live stream. This is Hurricane Patricia, bringing it right into landfall.
You know that eye, as mentioned, is still there.
Oh, this last visible imagery appears that the eye is starting to fade a little bit.
Not much, is it?
What does that mean? Is it weakening?
Well, that would mean that it's weakening. If the eye's fading away, IR definitely agrees with that. So hopefully that this trend, whatever it would be, stays on until landfall.
It's not going under eye replacement.
It ain't going underneath Cat 5 before landfall. I mean, that's just so much energy that you have to dissipate. It just ain't gonna happen.
The only way that would happen if it was 100 knots of wind shear, and that's not happening.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Definitely not the case.
Okay. Yeah, the storm's starting to definitely going back towards the center of Patricia. Currently, we got a couple of hurricane force winds, but the pressures are 995 millibars. Probably not the next one coming through, but the one after that will be the Hurricane Hunters data.
But to be brutally honest, if the eye is actually centering again, that could possibly mean it's reorganizing, as I said, before landfall.
Carrie Genova asks if Patricia surpassed Haiyan in wind speed. It has. It is the strongest storm reliably recorded by. It wasn't recorded by drop zone, but it was recorded by aircraft reconnaissance, with a wind speed of 200 miles per hour, 1 minute sustained, beating Haiyan, which was 195, 1 minute sustained. I think this is a good time to go through the latest information on Patricia. Latest information is in the description of the video. That is more than likely going to change, where I'm going to have to change the description of this video mid-live stream, if I can.
No advisory yet.
I know no advisory yet. They're going to wait all the way through, I imagine, all the way until this airplane is through the storm. But the latest information out on Hurricane Patricia, 879 millibars, the strongest storm ever recorded in the Western Hemisphere by a large, well, not a large margin, but if you take a look at maximum sustained wind speed of 200 miles an hour, certainly a very large margin, with a minimum central pressure of 879 millibars, beating Wilma's record by 3. It is currently, as of a couple of hours ago, it was 135 kilometers southwest of Manzanillo, Mexico. It is likely to curve back up to the north and maybe a little bit to the north and east before landfall, and it's expected to make landfall about 15-20 miles to the north-northwest of Manzanillo.
Do you think that
Hurricane warnings are in effect from San Blas to Punta San Telmo. This is including the Puerto Vallarta and Manzanillo areas. A hurricane watch is in effect from Punta San Telmo to Lazaro, Cardenas, Mexico. That area is also underneath a tropical storm warning. And a tropical storm warning is also in effect from El Roblito to San Blas, Mexico.
Yeah.
Can someone bring up the rainfall precipitation for the area?
Well, I'll rain rate microwave imagery. That's about all I can do.
Is it fresh from the microwave?
Hello, John Career.
Mm.
Rain rate microwave imagery for the East Pacific.
Mature, we're live.
There it is, and this is from this.
Oh, dry eye.
Here. This is in your 25 millim. I see the brightest of the greens right there, which is just underneath 25 millimeters per hour, or just underneath an inch per hour. That's going to dump an inch per hour will dump a foot of rain in a half a day, which is just unbelievable to think of. Rain rate here on AMSU imagery. This is a little bit more high resolution. You can kind of see a lot of blues, some greens being mixed in there as well. I don't see any yellows, which would indicate an inch per hour. But mainly, right up against the eye wall, I'm imagining an inch per hour rain rates plus are probably in there. But right now, just looking at the microwave imagery for rain rate, 3/4 of an inch to an inch per hour.
Hey, Devin. Could Patricia's eye possibly be dry?
Yes.
David Vasquez is reporting from Puerto Vallarta. If you have any news information for us, David, I will be very happy to accept it from you.
Also,
Okay.
also, it looks like that Patricia's eye is shrunk a bit.
Has it hit land yet? No, it has not hit land yet. Ryan Wallace is hoping for a landfall in a non-populated area. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Patricia certainly is a monster. Right now, David says that it is raining as per you would expect in Mexico.
Oh, by the way, Devin, one question. Could Patricia's eye be like reforming and shrinking to briefly intensify, or is it just fading?
It's fading. It can only weaken from here on in. I mean, I'll be very surprised if it blew up right before shore.
Looks like Patricia is maintaining its eye. I'm just going by the Go's flater.
If that's still saying it's maintaining its eye, that is talking a load of rubbish. I am going to tell you this now. It has lost it. The eye is only an indent.
I wouldn't necessarily say it, but well, let's see what we've got here from aircraft reconnaissance. I'm imagining it's got to be very close to the eye at this point. Nothing has come through yet, but I'm imagining information from recon is going to be in very soon.
You think that the pressure could have gone any lower?
Possibly.
Is that a possibility? The pressure has gone a little bit lower? Devin?
Possibly, but it can only drop by millibar per millibar before starting rising.
I'm just asking Devin here. Could it be a millibar or two lower after they fly through, Devin?
I doubt it. We'll find out though.
Is it possible?
You never know with these systems. It seemed like the eye was contracting. It was still pretty clear, but now it seems like it's starting to cloud over a bit. Hopefully this means that this storm is weakening. I really hope it does because, you never want to see a storm of this intensity make landfall. Nobody ever wants to see a storm of this intensity make landfall. And to be honest, it looks like that the storm is weakening from the southern edge. So our fingers crossed that this storm is not going to maintain this intensity until landfall.
If it does, then I'll be stunned.
Okay, guys, have a look at this.
This was the weakening that we've all been expecting from this storm.
Can somebody bring that link up, please?
Yep. I am working on it right now, David. I just brought it up.
Noah.
If it's a GIF loop, it's going to take a little while.
It was just an image.
But this is
Oh,
just
hang
an
on.
image. Let's see here. How can
You click on it and it opens up to...
Yep, I see it, and that is... Wow. Let me see when this was taken.
That's from Noah, and that was at
0930.
0930Z, October
This was
23rd.
taken a little while ago.
But it's still impressive.
Yes. Well, yeah, it was impressive a little while ago. It's the storm has certainly been something else. That is an absolutely beautiful picture.
It is.
I mean,
Yes, it is.
there's an old saying going out there saying the prettier it is, the more dangerous it is.
True.
And I think that really goes to anything in nature. And this is absolutely no exception. This is unbelievable looking.
Can't agree more.
Can somebody
they're recommending if you... Ryan Wallace making a very good point right now. He said they're recommending if you didn't already evacuate, your home is safer than your car. I absolutely agree with this statement at this point. Please, if you haven't evacuated at this point, don't try. This storm is potentially going to bring EF3 to EF4 tornado winds for sustained amounts of time into the region where it makes landfall. I don't think it'll create that high of winds in the Manzanillo area, but it could. Here we go, going through the center. We'll have to wait for the next thing to come through. I see 962 millibars.
And dropping rapidly.
Oh. And also, I think it should be stated that I see a rain rate up here up around 45 millimeters per hour. So that answers your rain rate question.
45 millimeters per hour.
Yes, 45 millimeters per hour. So I think that's around, I think that's a little bit underneath 2 miles an hour.
Well, if they're still recording Cat 5 conditions in the first Iowa, it's always going to be a Cat 5. But if they're still recording,
I'm not expecting Cat 5 conditions to be recorded until the time that it makes landfall. Let me see.
Well, they're still predicting a Cat 5 landfall. They're still saying a Cat 5 landfall.
I won't be surprised. Because it's really not slowing down, is it?
No, it's picking up more speed, so...
No, that's just weather. I'm trying to see if I can find the actual radar.
I reckon it's going to make landfall. It's now making a catapult for the coast. It's going to make a rapid. So it's going to be a Cat 5 at landfall by a mile.
Can somebody, guys?
I'm currently trying to get radar for the hurricane since it is close enough to. I don't have the resources to do that.
I think one of the NWS, probably, which will be the closest, Florida. I don't think there's any further west.
Still waiting for this to come up, yes. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I don't know where to find radar for Puerto Vallarta. So if anybody's able to find radar for Puerto Vallarta, please send it to me, or if you know where to get it. Please.
Carrie.
You know?
makes a comment, if it weakens into a Category 1, Mexico would have dodged a bullet. But unfortunately, Kerry, I've got to disagree with you.
Yeah, this storm has no intentions of weakening. Yeah, I'm going to pull up this again because David made a good point earlier. David played up a good point earlier. Here is all the surface inflow to this system. I would say that this is pretty impressive. What do you think about this, guys?
Yeah. Yeah. Impressive is the way to say it, yeah. Oh, like
now, this is the inflow to the system. Now, not only brings it to 250 millibar level, this isn't even at the storm's tops. Here's the storm outflow.
Oh.
And you can see the anticyclone to the east of Patricia. Can we bring that back?
That is the anticyclone to the east of Patricia. That is what's steering it. I'm even going to go further. I'm even going to go further up in the atmosphere here to 70 millibars here, real quick.
Here, take a look at what I'm screen sharing right here. This is a question of Patricia over the last few days.
That's a good thing that you took the screen share away from me because I got a pretty bad image right now.
This is a progression of Patricia over the last 2 days. Look at that.
Hold on, let me click on you.
You just leave it on.
Okay. Just to let you know, if you are going to click on screen share, make sure you please click present to everyone, or else I won't be able to show it.
Okay.
Just to remind you, if you're going to take the screen share, remember to click present to everyone.
Okay. My screen sharing, let's see. Screen share. I'm going to restart my screen share.
Okay, I'm going to go back on to me then. In that regard, this storm is excellent. I mean, it's still almost perfectly circular. I'll have to close this for now. See if we got new imagery coming in here. Nothing new yet. Anything new from Simus? Also nothing new from Simus, so still waiting on that. Anything new from the Hurricane Hunters? Nothing new from that either, but I will tell you what pressure they get into the eye. It's going to be pretty much right here where it shows it, and I'm going to tell you what, this is looking to be another steep drop.
I'm trying to present to everyone, but it's not really working too well.
If you post the link, we might be able to bring it up.
As far as the tornado outbreak that will be caused by the system, that is a case-by-case basis, and you really can't tell what the tornado outbreak from a hurricane will be until it actually happens, unfortunately. And that seems to really be the case no matter where you are. I do know that usually larger storms produce larger tornado outbreaks, and this is a very small system.
Am I doing things right? Am I presenting correctly or not?
I'll be surprised if the NHCs come out with their advisory at this point. They have not. So it's about another 20 minutes before the NHC has come out with their advisory.
I'm screen sharing a loop of the last 2 days. How it rapidly intensified.
Okay. You're now looking at John's screen here.
Mm-hmm.
You can really see the rapid intensification of this unbelievable hurricane.
Mm-hmm. It's resetting.
Just leave it on there for a minute. Go back.
And this is especially important if we're going to continue the live stream while I'm gone. Remember, when you screen share, click on present to everyone, or else it won't show up in the live stream.
Alright.
Let's see here. I'm trying to get to the bottom of comments here. Where there's aircraft radar, Patricia. That's interesting, but not exactly what we're looking for yet. Someone is posting a live feed from Manzanillo in the chat right now. I believe the person that has posted that is Room 16 Tattoo. I don't know if he's posting a live stream out of Manzanillo or if he's just watching one.
I'm just
But if you
checking
want to
now.
take a look at what's happening there, there you go.
Devin, the plane's approaching the eye.
Yes, we actually do have. I have actually really good news here coming from the eye of Hurricane Joaquin.
Joaquin?
I mean, sorry, not Hurricane Joaquin. Been a very bad little boy. From Hurricane Patricia. I'll try to zoom in here so you guys can see this. But the minimum central pressure of the storm to be recorded is 903 millibars, but that isn't directly at the center. As you can see, winds are active there. So the storm is post-ludicrous speed. It also seems that they have not picked up a very strong flight level wind. 145 knot flight level wind. That would suggest a Cat 4, actually. So potentially some rapid dissipation here from Patricia. I would
say Category 4.
4.
But we don't know that just yet. I mean.
Yeah. Well, we'll wait to see what the experts
Well, if that's a Cat 4, that dropped off a cliff.
I would be highly surprised if it actually did drop off that much of a cliff, especially at 902 millibars. Jason tells me to check out the Skype chat room. There are no radars in the Mexico area. I can use this, which is the radar from the hurricane. And wow, you look at this here. If this image comes up, here is a aircraft recon image of the radar of Hurricane Patricia, and look at that.
Still very well defined.
That is absolutely gorgeous.
Wow. As long as that's still defined, that will still be a Cat 5.
That is absolutely gorgeous.
What is gorgeous?
The radar image.
Is it still well defined?
Past the eye.
Yes.
So you can see when the storm was going, when the recon was going through the eye, and this is at 17:26. So this was 3 hours ago. That was looking absolutely great. Now looking at the most current thing, this is what it looks like pretty much right now.
Still looking quite well defined.
Yeah, I don't really see too much jaggedness coming into the inner eye wall, but the outer eye wall is wrecked.
So it could
nothing but good news coming out of the recon flight right now, and I would expect the NHC to come out with their update momentarily, because I'm pretty sure they don't want to have that crooked 200-mile-per-hour number up there anymore. So I would certainly like to thank Jason for posting this. This is your radar image right now.
Our TV networks over here in Australia are now covering Patricia. Channel 7's reporting Patricia's the strongest storm ever recorded.
So you think, Devin, you think this is post-peak now? That Patricia's post-peak?
Okay, so, well, yes, it's definitely post-peak.
Yep.
I'm looking at the actual high-density observations now. 902 millibars, 902.6, so that'll actually be 903 millibars, maybe 904, depending on how the NHC does it. They've been 1 millibar above this. It seems that on the outer fringes of the eye wall, I see 144 knot flight level winds. Not exactly what you would expect to see.
Okay,
so maybe it might be back down to a Category 4. I know the NHC is eager to say something like that, so we'll see how this data is interpreted.
Okay, it's been reported that models now showing Patricia rapidly weakening this evening, but think it could weaken even quicker over the next couple of hours.
Certainly.
And another one, remember that even if wind falls and pressure rise slightly before landfall, storm surge. That's another issue, storm surge.
Devin, it still could be quite strong, to be honest. But then
this is still going to be an extremely strong landfall. We're not taking anything away from the landfall. This is still very, very serious, no doubt about it.
It might just be threshold Category 5 landfall, like 160. That's probably what the landfall might be.
High range.
Again, there's only been one Category 5 to make landfall in Mexico, and that was back in 1959, and there is a very good reason for it. These mountains just about maybe 10, 15 miles inland here, they go all the way up to 4,000 feet already. So you don't have to go very far inland to climb up into the mountains of Mexico. So it's possible that, yeah. So there's your confirmation that the storm is weakening. How much it's weakening is the question here. But the storm is certainly weakening as it's coming in. Let's see here.
Can someone try to
not come out? I will reiterate the warnings when the latest from the NHC comes out.
And we've got major flooding over in Texas.
Horrible. Oh,
Yeah.
Here is the latest image of the eye in Patricia, and it doesn't look so great, does it?
It's not tough anymore.
It doesn't look as good as it was. Oh, I mean, you might hear the relief coming in here. I'm certainly breathing a bit of a sigh of relief right now.
I'm not, because this thing is still going to be a very strong landfall.
It's still going to be very serious, but you know, 150 mile an hour landfall compared to 200 miles an hour, that's a big deal.
I'd still reckon it could be a Cat 5 at landfall.
Yeah, well, like I said, we're going to wait for the experts in the National Hurricane Center
to figure that one out.
I'll be surprised if I wouldn't be surprised if they downgrade it from a Cat 5, honestly, but that takes a lot of strength. It's still possibly deeper than Hurricane Linda, so I'd be surprised if they decrease the intensity from the storm that much.
I mean, a 45 mile an hour drop in 3 hours. That's a little bit much. I mean, for that to even...
The outer eye wall looks like it's about to come ashore in the next half an hour or so. Will probably come ashore. And the inner eye wall, which is packing the Category 4-5 force winds, will probably be a couple of hours behind that.
Is the plane making another loop?
The hurricane hunters?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to tell you that. I don't know.
If they're making another loop, then what the hell are they doing that for? They've got enough evidence.
As soon as this information breaks from the National Hurricane Center, still hasn't.
Remember, Devin. Those numbers are from the outer fringe of the eye wall, like the outer fringe of the inner eye wall. I mean, they don't have a direct central pressure, or do they?
Well, I will look at this again, and I'm pretty sure that they got it close to the center, but not quite.
So it could be a few millibars off, probably in the lower direction.
A few. They got it at 29 knot winds, it would seem, is the lowest. 29 knot winds is.
How close is that to the center?
Well, the exact center will have 0 knot winds, so.
It's quite far.
The latest from the National Hurricane Center, not National Hurricane Center, the latest observations have come through, and yeah, it looks like that. I'm gonna see what that peak surface. See what that peak rain rate is, because that was ridiculous.
But as I said, if the hurricane hunters are still recording Cat 5 winds in the eye wall, then it's still a Cat 5.
Right now, the peak rain rate in the system is 47 millimeters per hour. That is almost 2 inches per hour. That'll dump a foot of rain in not a very long time.
Well, how do you think this will affect the ace for the season?
Well, I don't know.
You don't know.
It's a very strong system. That's all I'm gonna say.
Normally,
Yes,
Ram
please.
comes
I mean,
ahead of this.
it's already basically record breaking.
Yeah, mate.
I mean, this is only going to add probably another 25, 30 points. It's probably going to add another 25, 30 points to what has been an already impressive
season.
Yeah.
Which update is it? Is it 18Z or is it?
Do you think that this will probably be the last big?
It's going to be 21.
No.
See, 21. That's coming up.
I
haven't looked at viewers for a while, so I'll look at this.
Well, they only go up to midnight UTC.
That it will be a world history hurricane. It has already been a world history hurricane. Waves are up to 50 feet in the system, according to JTWC, though surge will not be that high. Probably I've seen 5 to 10 feet things.
Could this be some
average Cat 5 produces 18 to 21 feet, which is where my figure came in. That's probably a gross overestimate. Yeah. Hey, I would be scared too, honestly. Undergoing collapse with a 20 millibar rise and a 30 to 40 knot decrease in winds in the last 2 hours. Yes, I can definitely confirm that from the recon mission. What the NHC actually has to say might conflict with that. We're still waiting for the 5 o'clock to come out. When it does, I will get right to you. But definitely a rapid decrease is how I would explain this. This is Very welcome collapse to Hurricane Patricia. I will have to say, a very welcome collapse.
Why is the NHC doing this to us?
Like I said, the very mountainous terrain of Mexico is probably interacting with the system, causing it to weaken.
I mean, Devin, could they round down the winds at the end of the season? Could they readjust it down?
Can they readjust it down?
Yeah, look at 200 mile an hour storm.
I find that to be very
guys,
unlikely.
here's this one.
I find that to be very unlikely in this case because these winds have been recorded by aircraft. So I find it to be very unlikely that they will that they'll take the winds of the system down. I mean,
when they do
the 200 mile an hour winds, they were recorded. So
they're legit.
There's no doubt in my opinion that they'll keep it at 200.
I'm just trying to find this.
I mean, they absolutely could revise it down, but I don't think so. Ahmed asks, is it now 900 millibars? The answer I would have to say to that is it appears to be 900 millibars. We're still waiting for the 2100 to come out from the NHC.
They're really dragging it out, aren't they?
Excuse me, the 2100 has come out from the NHC. They just haven't put it out all the way. They have the storm 900 millibars, 165 knots, which 165 knots will be 190 miles per hour.
So the hurricane is still a Cat 5.
Is it still?
Hurricane is still a Category 5.
But it is no longer a 200 mile an hour storm.
It is no longer a 200 mile an hour storm. That would be correct.
Thank God for that.
So it weakens slightly.
Slightly, I don't think is the correct word. It is up to 900 millibars.
But it only dropped 10 miles an hour.
Yep.
So that's. I mean, at this intensity, that's slightly.
Yeah, but 90 miles an hour is still bad.
190 mile per hour winds. That is what the NHC is saying. I'm waiting for the public advisory to come out, but the forecast advisory does say 190 mile an hour, 900 millibars.
It's being reported that Patricia has made landfall.
Really?
Landfall.
Yep, it's confirmed. It's made landfall.
Rain bands. That's not confirmed. It's just what I'm citing on the Twitter feed.
Really?
And
Patricia
here's the posting.
If I can see the imagery, I will confirm that. If there's radar, I would also confirm that, but I have access to neither, so I can't confirm either, unfortunately.
And just recapping, Patricia has weakened to 190 miles per hour, maximum winds, and pressure is 900, but still Cat 5.
New images should be in.
Can someone bring up the Joint Typhoon info? The Joint Typhoon Warning Center?
Typhoon info ain't going to be updated until NHC updates it. I mean,
yeah, I can't access it. I'm just wondering whether the website's down.
Well, here's what the
website's down. Website's terrible.
Here's what the NHC says. Potentially catastrophic Hurricane Patricia should make landfall in Mexico in the next several hours. So the NHC says that it has not made landfall yet.
Not yet, right.
But
I will now work on updating the. See if I can update the description here to what the latest from the National Hurricane Center says. National Hurricane Center says that Hurricane Patricia, as of 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time, is about 60 miles to the west of Manzanillo, Mexico. It is curving back to the north and east, so that distance is going to shrink. Minimum central pressure is 900 millibars, which is still lower than Hurricane Linda.
By 2 millibars.
Sustained winds of 190 miles per hour. This is, I believe, only the only other time that the NHC, other than this storm, has issued a 190 mile per hour advisory would be with Hurricane Allen back in 1980. I really just can't stress how dangerous this storm is.
So
Although it is weakening and is weakening rapidly, this storm is still likely producing potentially catastrophic Category 5 hurricane force
it's
winds.
still well into Cat 5.
Oh yeah, by a mile.
It's probably going to be a landfall almost similar in intensity to Haiyan.
It's going to be the Hurricane Camille
The
effect.
warnings have not changed since the last advisory.
It'll be the most. It'll be the strongest
Yeah,
landfall.
Guys, here's this information. It's been reported that the recon plane turned around because of the intensity within the system.
Oh, for God's sake. They're not going back for another swing, are they?
Are they gonna go?
Breaking news.
No, just trying to find it.
Marcel, if you're going to say
Okay,
breaking
it would
news,
appear that
just
recon
don't
aborted
already
before
know.
going into the eye.
I
Yeah, they
think that
did. That is absolutely correct. That is absolutely correct. They did not get all the way into the eye. They did not
So
get
how
all the way
wide's
into
the
the eye.
eye?
They didn't even get
I think that Patricia. Yeah. I think that Patricia's storm for the record books.
It's already made the
already
record
there.
books.
Yeah, it's already been there, Marcel.
And it's the strongest one.
It's had its name
I'm
written.
thinking, I think Patricia's made the record books. I think Patricia's made the record books. It's not a matter of I think Patricia made the record books.
It's a matter of saying it has.
It has torn out every single page of the Eastern Pacific record books, and this is... It has torn out every single page, and it just keeps on rewriting it with every new image, with every step that it takes towards the coast of Mexico here.
Yep, and guess what's going in the Guinness World Book of Records?
This is going to go down as the strongest landfall ever recorded in Mexico.
History.
And this is eastern or western, by the way, so it doesn't matter if you're talking about the Atlantic or the Pacific. I mean, it still has time to weaken before there, but still, 190 miles an hour. Come on now.
Yep.
Please. That's all I have to say is please.
Just trying to get confirmation to Ram.
I think the reason why, even though you think it's weakened way below that, I think the reason why they kept it up is because they don't want to make themselves look a bit unreliable. They want to ease it down.
Yeah,
Picking up speed now. It's now up to 14 miles an hour.
I was a little skeptical of the storm dropping its intensity. You know, I was a little skeptical of the NHC doing that. I mean, I figured that they might be a bit eager to bring it below Cat 5, but, you know, I guess not.
Well, they'll get the pleasure of bringing it below Cat 5 in the next advisor because it will be below that bomb mile.
Yes.
There is
Winds and waves are picking up in Manzanilla. It's raining normally. I'm going to start gaming now, and I think that is in Guadalajara. What are the rainfall amounts? The rainfall rate that I have seen, the largest rainfall rate is 1.85 inches per hour. That is 47 millimeters per hour. I would just like to say right now, viewers, I want to make this as interactive as possible. If you have any questions, if you want us to show anything up on the live stream, just message it in the chat. I will try my best to show it. I'm pretty sure there's also the Force 13 chat room also. And people can things.
Well, it's definitely a Cat 5 landfall now.
I don't
It's
know.
been adjusted.
Like David said, the Hurricane Hunter aircraft might be going in for a third pass of the eye.
For God's sake.
They might be. Just hold on.
Use Lawton in that plane. Go home. Give that poor plane a rest.
No, they were actually pretty. They Wilma'd the eye. They really did. Honestly, they Wilma'd.
Exactly. Just give the damn plane a rest. But it's a definite Cat 5.
What do you mean, Wilman DI?
They missed it. The eye is only 5.
They made an ass of it.
The eye is only 5 nanometers. Nanometers.
Well, ADD still says it's near enough 200 and.
Oh my God! Hurricane Patricia and the 5 nanometer wide eye. Good luck flying into that.
You ain't even getting
5 nautical miles wide.
Which is bigger?
That's a blooper.
I don't know. Let's see here. 5 billionths of a meter, or 5 nautical miles.
Devin. What is?
Yes.
Congratulations! You just made the bloopers.
Thank you.
Devin, would that 5 nanometers be bigger or smaller than the tiny Cyclone Nathan?
Good thing he's not going to be here to watch that for some time.
It's definitely larger.
Good.
5 nanometers is certainly larger, but that is not our topic of discussion right now. Our topic of discussion is certainly Hurricane Patricia.
I was making a joke.
Okay. Lori Abaya says, "What should I do? I'm in Mexico right now. I'm in Guadalajara."
On the East Coast?
I've never heard of Guadalajara, so I'm going to assume that you are in Guadalajara.
Oh yeah, Guadalajara is in.
I'll get up the map of Guadalajara right now because I'm unsure of exactly where Guadalajara is.
Guadalajara is south of
land a bit.
Is where the hurricane is in the hurricane path.
Okay. I certainly see it right now. Here's Manzanillo. Here's Puerto Vallarta. The hurricane is expected to make landfall somewhere within here, and then proceed north and eastward towards Guadalajara. I would probably say, since you're up in the mountains, I don't know what the landslide threat is there. I would just say, I would say stay in a building if you're in a city. Stay in an upper level interior building. That's what I would suggest doing if you're in Guadalajara.
But as we all know now, as well, give people a remember of the Hurricane Patricia, no longer a category, well, still a Cat 5, but no longer 200 miles per hour, which is where we can all breathe a massive sigh of relief.
I still cannot get confirmation that they've turned the plane around.
Which they probably have.
I still haven't gotten confirmation of that. As soon as I get confirmation of that, I will pass that along to you. My job here is to try to eliminate as much bias as possible. The thing that I really dislike about press and news these days. It's really depressing that they only try to go out and they try to report the things that's going to turn in the most viewers and whatnot, and that just kind of leaves they try to only report the shock factor stuff, and certainly here shock factor 200 miles per hour. How
That
much
was a
more do
shot.
we need to say? I mean, it's not 200 miles an hour anymore. It's only 190 and probably weakening as it comes into land.
Devin, here's the next question. Do you think that it could cause a humanitarian aid?
Oh, no doubt. Oh, no doubt.
God. So it will cause a humanitarian aid.
Oh, no, absolutely no doubt. A storm of this intensity coming into landfall, no doubt in my mind. And it's not to say anything about Mexico. This storm could have hit frickin' southern Florida, and it would have needed humanitarian aid.
It could just be like a repeat of Haiyan, essentially.
I wouldn't necessarily say Haiyan, because this isn't as densely populated as Tacloban was. But certainly, Shamela, I believe that's probably in an area of deep concern. Chalactepec, certainly an area of concern. Costa Cares, certainly an area of concern. Tomatlan. These are all areas of concern right along this area, maybe even up to La Cruz de Loreto.
Devin, I have confirmation from Jason. He's saying that the mission is complete. The plane is going back home.
That's what I figured.
Right.
Yes, here it is right
going
here.
home.
The mission is definitely complete.
Devin. Do you think that okay, not under anything. Sorry, my fault. Could this be could winds of 190 miles an hour be the same as could create the same damage as a nuclear bomb except without the nuclear warhead?
An atomic bomb, yes.
Yes, I need things to say.
Because
yes,
I think any winds higher than 157 miles an hour would flatten a building, despite its construction.
You live in Colima. Let me see where Colima is. Yes, I see where Colima is. And yeah, certainly you guys are going to get some sort of effect from this storm, no doubt about it. I'm guessing Colima's going to be in about that area. I just need to find out where that... Yeah, there's the... Okay, so here's Manzanillo here, I believe. And Colima's going to be up in this area. So, yeah, you guys might get hit with some hurricane force winds here, depending on how quickly
They are getting slammed by hurricane force wind right now.
I wouldn't say right now.
Which place are we going on about here, Devin?
I wouldn't necessarily say right now, but
yeah, but which place are we going on about? Manzanillo or
Manzanillo? Yeah,
they're just on the edge of it.
Yeah,
That's
what I was figuring, that Manzanillo would be
just on the edge. They're getting 70 miles per hour. They're getting 70 miles per hour. So by the next advisory, next update, it will be. They probably will be in this hurricane
here.
Can somebody bring up the National Hurricane Center's wind history?
I'm trying to figure out where this storm is about to make landfall. I think I've figured out where it is, and it's probably going to be, I think, right around in this area. So, near La Manzanilla. That might be your ground zero point, I think, if I'm reading this map correctly.
David, here's the wind history.
I'll get up the wind history right now.
There it is.
And magnify it.
Oh, we've already got two people bringing it up. John has brought it up, and also Craig has brought it up.
I was there first.
Oh my god.
And you can see hurricane force winds are just now starting to come in.
Yeah, they've already made landfall, so that possibly does
signify. It has not made landfall yet.
Well, the hurricane force winds are starting to make landfall.
And just to
And I
remind
think
you,
it
these are
tracks
the
what,
hurricane.
northeast.
These are the hurricane force winds and tropical storm force winds if there was no friction with the land. So they're probably not as big as they show in that graphic. So please realize that.
Oh my God.
Marcel, do you have anything to say about Hurricane Patricia?
Oh, I was looking to La Manzanillo beach coming. There was a gust that was very strong. Oh my God.
Yeah, Manzanillo's.
La Manzanilla.
Oh, La Manzanilla. Oh, that
Oh,
looks like that's
that'll
going to be the. That looks like that might be the. If I'm interpreting this, I don't know. I might have to zoom out here and see what I'm really looking at. But I think La Manzanilla might be the area.
Devin.
Yes.
You think I think landfall is imminent within the next hour or two. You think that's probably highly possible?
An hour and a half, 2 hours, certainly.
Yeah.
It's getting there. It's getting very close too.
Hang on, updated imagery coming in. Oh, it's not still the same. Sorry, my fault.
Yep,
My
I've
bad.
been refreshing this like every 10 minutes. I'm for the updated image.
Well, what I did, I updated it on 15 minutes, on quarter past. So that's what I did. So I try and update it then. But your
The
time's
mist
probably
is
different.
rapidly weakening this storm. Just to say that.
Mexico. Mexico is rapidly weakening the storm.
Yes. It looks like that the storm's going to make landfall. If I can zoom in on it. You see that little pink thing that juts out?
Yeah, it's gonna make a landfall there.
That's kind of the region that I'm trying to figure out where that is, because this is what this looks like from here. I could guess that maybe that pink jut would be maybe this area here.
Hey, guys.
And that area right there is in the La Manzanilla area.
Go ahead, John.
There's the latest image.
Hold on, John. Okay. Here is your
Show
latest image. Right there.
Very close to landfall now. Very, very close.
Yes. Scary close.
But
If there's
in fact, right now, the next picture that you get, it will be a landfall.
Look at this. Look at this. This is from 2030. This is from 2100. Look how much closer it got.
Okay.
Significantly closer.
You know, Force 13, we like to joke around a little bit. And Yedo has an interesting question for the team. I'll let Craig answer this one.
Which one is it?
Yedo asks, "Why are you all faggots?"
Oh my God.
Well, I'm not answering that. To be honest, I'd probably say something insulting back to him, saying, "Why doesn't he come and say that to everyone else's face instead of being a coward and writing that?"
Dabin.
Yeah, I thought that was a interesting thing. I thought we were beyond the days of, you know, calling each other that. But Martinez,
his little world.
Anyways, to be more interesting here, Martinez Julian would like our opinion if we think that Patricia will be retired or not.
Depending on how many people it kills, but I think it will be.
And that's about as zoomed in as I can get without it being incredibly.
I think Patricia will be retired.
I'm thinking that there's probably a good chance too. And well, I'll just say this right now. The deadliest storm of 2015 worldwide so far is Tropical Cyclone Coleman, which basically sat over Bangladesh for like 3 days and caused immense flooding and killed 170. That's what this storm would have to beat in order to be the deadliest. The costliest storm is Pseudolor, and I think that barely got over $1 billion in damages.
Yeah, no, it got over $1 million.
Chanham and Sudalor, I believe, are the only $2 billion disasters so far to this place.
I think so.
Oh my god, look at this.
Probably the second closest you'll probably get is Typhoon Null.
Look at this.
Or your closest one as well is probably Typhoon
Do it
Mujigi.
again.
Probably another one was probably Typhoon Mujigi when it made landfall in China as a Cat 4.
Oh, you guys looking at something?
No? Why?
I'm just wondering, you know.
Well,
Because I'm just looking for something new to post on the stream.
Oh my god.
what are you all my
Marcel, are you
golden
okay?
at, Marcel?
What happened?
Thanks.
I should probably refresh this.
Okay, the live streaming.
Okay, this is refusing to refresh. It's starting to make me a little angry.
Looks like the winds are picking up going by the live streaming.
The winds are probably up in the hurricane force right now in Mexico.
Yeah, it started to play havoc with the live streaming camera.
Yeah, power will start to fluctuate now. So it's now our time before we lose.
Look
Anyways.
at that.
Anyways, current information on the storm is in the description right now, if you want to take a look at that. Right now, Patricia is rated at 900 millibars, 190 miles an hour, as measured by aircraft reconnaissance. This storm is expected to continue weakening, and you know, I can't believe I just said that a 190-mile-an-hour storm is weakening. But this storm is expected to continue weakening until it makes landfall in a couple of hours, probably in the vicinity of La Manzanilla.
And also, the live streaming camera is now down. That's the one facing the beach.
Oh, wow.
No, the fish cam of La Manzanilla is not dead.
It is dead.
Yeah, this is definitely. I will have to agree with Mashed Potatoes on this. He rates this storm a 10 out of 10. I would absolutely do the same.
Well, for impressiveness or for both?
I would rate it everything. I would rate it a 20 out of 10, and it does look like that, and a landfall might be just an hour away now in the La Manzanilla area.
And that's factoring in.
Do we have any? Do we have any cameras in the San Patricio area? I'm just trying to think of
Is Caesar here?
I don't know.
I think he might be in the
yes,
chat.
Caesar is here.
Okay. I'll just post to him.
I'll be doing the same.
Guys, do you need anything to post up? Because I have something we could do.
Not against the storm.
Yeah, we'll find that one. We'll do that later.
We're not doing Guess the Storm until this time around. Sorry. I mean, it's fun, but we can't do it this time around. We seriously got
Here we go. Updated imageries now in.
Okay, staying on.
Sorry.
Try and give you
Okay, we'll do it later. We'll do it later then. No big deal.
I don't think we're going to be doing it later either. This is really a conference to report the latest information. And I'd understand if we were going live if there was like some Cat 5 in the West Pacific that wasn't going to affect any land. I'd be like, you know, sure. But this is serious. No storm has ever impacted Mexico, east or west coast, at this intensity.
Yeah. Oh, but the next picture update, it will be a landfall. There is no doubt it will be a landfall. I'm just getting ready to type breaking news. So that's what I'm gonna get ready to do. Because that's what I'm gonna start saying now.
Standing by, standing by.
Yeah.
We're
Stand by for
waiting.
landfall.
Again, I'll pull this thing up again, and we'll see what this storm looks like.
That might have changed a bit too.
Exactly. That's why I'm refreshing it.
But it's a good source.
Yes. This is what this storm, Hurricane Patricia, looks like right now. This is all the inflow, and just look how circular that storm is still. Just look at that. That is just so impressive.
Yeah. It's a very big storm.
Cesar James, our Force 13 correspondent out of Monterey, not Monterey, California, but Monterey, Mexico, he says that he will record the rain and the storms when they arrive, and currently it is completely cloudy. Monterey is on the Gulf of Mexico coast of Mexico, but he will certainly still get some heavy rains from the remnants of Patricia.
Oh yeah.
It'll be very interesting to see what the system will be over his place in the coming hours.
Now, here is, I think this is probably the most impressive part of this system. Here is the upper level outflow of the system. I just find this to be unbelievable. Like, yeah, you have to have a very strong storm to have an upper level anticyclone like this.
Can you just go back and bring the Earth link and just scan up a little bit?
Where do you want me to go back to? I'll go back.
Just go.
I'll
go to the 850. Go to the 850 on high.
I'll go to the 850. I'll go to the 850. These are all satellite estimates anyways, so they're not going to be perfect. Scroll up a little bit. And there you go.
Holy shoot.
Again, there is an anticyclone over here, a ridge that's steering this system inland towards the north and north and east, and this storm should be making landfall very imminently. Let's see here. Beyond the days of trolls, I wish. I'll need to play a role in the next 10 hours.
Okay, it looks like there
I'm
might
thinking
be
that
a
there's
bit
probably
of
going to be a landfall in the next hour or so here.
Looks like there's a bit of storm surge.
Oh,
The waves are now crashing in. It's actually, the waves are starting to crash in closer.
Mark does have a point, though. Katrina was actually a lot larger than this storm. This storm is about the size of Hurricane Andrew, if you want to compare it to a system. Hurricane force winds only extend out 35 miles from the center, and the radius of maximum winds is about 7 or 8 miles, I believe. So Katrina was certainly larger, but certainly not as intense as this system.
Oh yeah. But we're now just waiting for the the latest on the hurricane. I'd reckon on the next imagery picture that it will be a landfall. The hurricane will still be Cat 5. It'll still be 190 miles an hour at landfall. Humanitarian aid now seeming likely, very high indeed.
High tide at Manzanillo is going to be in 3.5 hours. So it will make landfall before high tide.
Can somebody bring up the latest satellite imagery?
Sure.
Because it looks like it has the track has it's been a jagged track.
Yes.
What?
Well, a lot of storms of this strength, they don't make a complete track. It's wobble to the right, watch
Yeah, the
wobble
wobbles
to the right, then wobbles to the
Oh,
left.
yes.
Back. Kind of makes a little S bend there. This is very typical for very intense systems, usually due to, I believe, the person in the chat said fluctuations of upper level vorticity. That could possibly be a factor in it. Upper level winds, well, that would be the same thing as vorticity. I think it probably has something to do with the upper level winds. I will have to say that landfall is basically imminent.
Our landfall either has occurred, just waiting for the latest.
Patricia is the king of all Cat 5s in 2010.
Queen.
Absolutely.
Queen, not king. Queen.
It will probably be making landfall in 1 hour. People are just trying to ask questions now for me to say it on the live stream. I only wanted to say that one to show the apparent stupidity of some of the people on here. Jesus.
And it's one comment from Dennis over in East Texas. He's saying that we'll probably see rain from it on Tuesday, and generally he gets a lot of the Mexican stuff over there. And Dennis, from me, David, over here on the East Coast, I know that there were 4 storm chasers live streaming the current scene over there in Texas around Dallas, and it's going to be a very interesting few days for you.
Okay. I will say this right now, that all of the current information on Hurricane Patricia is currently in the description. Just click on that. All the latest from the NHC is in there, including current watches and warnings. I will go over them again, although it seems like I'm repeating forever and ever and ever. But, you know, newer viewers come in, they need to know this stuff. So, potentially catastrophic Hurricane Patricia should make landfall in the next several hours. It's probably no more than 2 hours away, probably less than that, probably more like an hour. Currently, it has winds of 190 miles an hour, which is actually down from what it was earlier today, 200 miles per hour, the strongest storm ever reliably recorded by aircraft reconnaissance. The storm is also rated at 900 millibars, which is also up from 879. The storm is currently moving at 14 miles an hour to the north, and east. Now, here are your watches and warnings that are currently in effect. Hurricane warnings are currently in effect from San Blas to Punta San Telmo, including the Puerto Vallarta and Manzanillo areas, with the landfall around La Manzanilla. A hurricane watch is currently in effect from Punta San Telmo to Lazaro, Cardenas. This means they are also underneath a tropical storm warning. Tropical storm warnings also issued from Punta San Telmo, from El Roblito to San Blas. Here is the figure showing what's going on here. Here is the Manzanillo area. Here is the Puerto Vallarta area. As you can see, all in this red, which is all hurricane warnings. To the south and east here, we have hurricane watches and tropical storm warnings, and here off to the northwest, all tropical storm warnings. This storm is expected to be dissipated in 36 hours or less.
Devin.
Sure.
What would be okay? I know you do have your own scale, the CDPS, Cyclone Destructive Potential Scale. Where would this fall?
I have not been able to run it through. I have been far too busy to run it through. I'll run it through after the storm's gone through. I just know that it's above 50.
Oof, above 50? That's
Yes,
a first.
it's not a first, but the storm is above 50, which is a stage 10 super hurricane, as according to the CDPS. Only 2 other storms that I know of to make landfall at 50 made landfall in Mexico. Hurricanes Gilbert and Wilma. So if you know Gilbert and Wilma, well, you know Patricia.
Similar storms.
Yeah, I think Gilbert's actually a pretty good comparison to what this storm did in the East Pacific. Unbelievable. I'd like to stress again that this storm has blown every single other Pacific hurricane out of the water, beating the previous intensity record held by Hurricane Linda by 23 millibars.
That's crushed. That is crushed.
Linda, eat your heart. Hurricane Linda, eat your heart out.
Okay, Carrie Genova once again says that the storm will become Patricia Kate. I would like to reiterate one more time that the low pressure that will be developing in the Gulf of Mexico is going to be non-tropical, but regardless will bring very heavy rainfalls to eastern Mexico, southeastern Texas, just in areas that just don't need it.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody really have anything to say right now?
Yes, yeah, I do. I'm curious, could this be like the last big storm of the season? Because it probably used up a ton of energy from the water.
No.
Probably the last big storm in the Eastern Pacific, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a November or December storm blow up in the West Pacific.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's still one more Category 5 waiting. Usually those storms don't affect land, but we've seen in past years, Bofa and Haiyan, late season storms that have unfortunately made landfall. So.
Haiyan's not in the record books anymore for the highest 1 minute sustained winds anymore.
Nope.
It's officially been struck out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Permanent marker written over by Patricia, essentially. Yeah. Big numbers. 2-0-0. Ain't that right, Devin?
And 879.
Okay.
It was only 9 millibars away from.
Harry, the remnants are not expected to be tropical. I'll go with the discussion right now. I'm pretty sure they're not expected to be tropical. See here, that's just all of that.
Could they become tropical?
Near the center of landfall.
Could remnants become tropical?
Well, maybe it's not in this one.
There are 2 words I like to say. Holy crap.
Yeah. Again, whether if it becomes tropical or not, it's going to be a very severe, could be a severe flooding event, though. Kind of like what happened with Joaquin in South Carolina. That wasn't a tropical system, but certainly amazing.
It literally just fire hose the rain into South Carolina.
Jesus, these guys are, these trolls. They're trying. They're trying way too hard in the chat. I'm laughing at some of these. Like seriously.
Devin.
For all the things that YouTube does for us, Devin,
We've seen some strange things this year in terms of the tropics. We've seen some strange things.
Certainly.
Sure. Danny.
Sure.
Joaquin. Yes.
Sure.
This, Patricia, in a big battle, Pseudolore.
Pseudolore wasn't exactly that odd of a storm, honestly.
Yeah, but it intensified quite quickly. But then again, it's the Westpac, so we're gonna ignore that.
Yeah.
Push that out.
It's a Westpac and a Super El Nino.
Super.
Marcel, do you have any comments?
Yes, this storm is very, very powerful. It's about to make landfall.
Okay, nice.
In fact, you've got 2 minutes
He would like to pronounce that it is raining in Guadalajara.
I'm waiting for a new imagery to come.
512 concentrate for the drought. Yeah, California drought. That's something else too.
Waiting for a new imagery to pop up so we can see if it made landfall.
I'm waiting for a new image too, very eagerly. Not that I want to see, a storm make landfall, but rather I want to see this storm. I want to see it maybe dissipated more, because this is a very, very scary situation going on right now. Very serious. Although I try to keep some sort of entertainment value to this show. There's sometimes you can't overshadow seriousness. This might end up becoming storm of the decade. Each decade seems to have its defining storm.
I thought this one was Hyann.
90s will be always known from Andrew. 2000s decade's going to be always known by Katrina. And the 2010s, I thought that probably everyone would know this from Hyann, but maybe not.
Hyann's been officially overshadowed.
It might just be.
And by East Pacific storm to boot. Right? Because these storms don't, but East Pacific don't get that strong.
So guys,
we never said that it was going to be a Cat 2 at landfall. This is almost certainly going to maintain its Cat 5 intensity all the way until landfall.
It's going to be Cat 3.
Pretty much been saying that for about 18 hours now, but this storm's going to maintain Cat 5 status until landfall. This is an unbelievable development.
Is it me, or has Patricia's outer eye wall made landfall?
I need to see the updated imagery in order for me to make that judgment. Imagery coming through really late on my end. Oh, here we go. Latest.
Is that
Nah, not quite. Its outer eye wall has certainly made its way onto land. The inner eye wall is still offshore.
But probably the next frame will be a landfall. Next frame. You think so? Like by next frame?
Yes, which will be at what?
I think 2 frames from now we'll have an official landfall from this unbelievable hurricane.
Ram's normally an image ahead of Noah.
Yeah, usually Ram is.
Let's go to Ram.
You know what? I'll probably.
Ram doesn't have the landfall. Ram doesn't have it.
I'll just keep up the RB top imagery here.
Ram still says it's 200 miles an hour.
What?
Ram still says that Patricia is still 200 miles an hour.
Get out of here. Now, you've got to be taking the lead.
Nope, I am not.
For 1800, oh my God, come on. Well, the 200 mile storm is apparently still 200 miles an hour. if we take a look at the ATCF, let's see what they say. The ATCF says, the ATCF also still say 200 miles an hour.
Diehards.
So
Stop
clearly
predicting
a very
doom.
strong storm here.
Well, I know there's already doom there, but still.
They're being diehards now. These I think Ram and ATCF are gonna keep it to 200 miles an hour to landfall.
Yeah,
That's what they're
The
gonna do.
NHC haven't.
But that's what Ram's gonna do. They're being diehards.
Oh yeah.
La Manzanilla Beach Cam is apparently back live, according to some of our viewers.
Champy, I don't know how that's still a typhoon. It's not.
No, that is unbelievable. Justin Demon says, Justin Demon believes that Patricia has made landfall.
I said wrong.
Not quite yet, Justin. Gonna have to wait just a little bit longer.
You're gonna have to wait until next hour.
Yeah, there's 21:30.
Nathan's missing out on this.
Oh man. Well, he hasn't missed 200 mile an hour.
No, he did not.
200 mile an hour, Patricia.
Where's my remote? I'm trying to find my TV remote.
NHC, one Chilean asked, so this storm is not calming down. This storm is calming down, but relatively, what is 10 miles an hour out of 200? I mean, really think about that.
That's nothing.
Craig, what is 10 miles an hour out of 200?
That's only 190.
Yeah, that's
That's
not
basically
that
nothing.
big. Are you agreeing that that's really not that big of a difference?
It is a big difference, but it's not really massive. So,
Guys, I'm going to post this to the chat room, and I want you to tell me what your thoughts are.
I'll probably
This
put
could
it
be
up.
breaking news
Put it up on
from
the live stream.
the Mexico.
Oh
Is that
my!
a tornado or a tornado water spout? Water spout.
water spout.
where is
It's
that?
rain wrapped.
And that's Mexico. That's off the Mexican coast.
Okay. Well,
Water spout.
and now you're gonna see just how bad my budget is for these live streams. Here is the picture that David has just sent us, and you can see a water spout. Do you know where is this water spout induced?
I'll just post this to Caesar, saying I think it's in his language. So, Caesar, can you do that in English? Hang on. It should be able to tell us the location. I've taken it off the Twitter and the Mexican the feed on Patricia. That image.
Certainly an excellent image there, though.
Actually, the eye hasn't closed. It's still open.
No, the eye is still there. The eye is clearly still there. So there's no reason not to call it a Category 5 until that eye and eye wall are completely dissipated. And, they're not.
I'm only going to see that happening when it does make that complete and utter landfall.
I think one should be very concerned at the south to west to north quadrants.
Again, I would be really concerned for the areas to the west of Manzanillo. Specifically, the La Manzanilla area seems to be underneath the most direct threat. If I can get any reports out of La Manzanilla. Horrible.
So
Yeah, it looks
as you
like
can
it doesn't
see,
say.
so
Go on,
as
mate.
you can see, we have the loop from Patricia, a Category 5 hurricane with winds up to 909.
That's right, Marcel.
9.
I'm really running out of things to say about Patricia here. So, John, are you there?
Yeah, still here, yeah.
You have any further comments on Patricia?
Well, one thing.
Sure.
It's still 900 millibars.
Okay, nice. That is
And good thing it's not happening in the Atlantic.
a good thing that it's not happening in the Atlantic. I think a lot of people are very happy that this storm is not occurring anywhere near us.
At the same time, I'm still highly concerned.
Very concerned for the people that are in the way of the storm, especially with the storm this close now to landfall.
I'm still very concerned for those people.
You just gotta really hope that help, you know.
Hoping that things don't go too badly.
Yeah.
It's being reported. It's being reported that the U.S. aid agency is advised that they've got a team of disaster experts ready to go to Mexico.
Really. That's not too shocking, man. The storm is not over. Cesar says that Mexico is not prepared for this kind of power.
So it hasn't made landfall yet.
No, not quite yet. We're waiting. We'll get there. We will certainly get there. Okay, so I'd like to welcome anybody else that has joined the stream. Hurricane Patricia is currently one of 4 active systems in the world, I believe, but this is by far the most important. Olaf is still hanging on the Central Pacific, not expected to make any effects to Hawaii. Typhoon Chappie has moved on past Ewo 2 and is now going to become a fish, begin weakening. And then there's Invest 92S, which might become Cyclone Annabelle. I have not looked at the models for that, though, so I cannot say for sure. All of the current information for Hurricane Patricia is in the description right now, so if you want to take a look at that, go right ahead, please. Everything's there. Maximum sustained winds as of 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time of 190 miles an hour and a minimum central pressure of 900 millibars. Wow, 500 millibars. That'd be an impressive system. Currently, hurricane warnings are in effect from San Blas to Punta, Mexico. This means that hurricane force winds are expected within 24 hours, in which case landfall is imminent of this system. And we were saying earlier on this live stream, if you are attempting to flee and evacuate, it was too late at the start of this live stream, and certainly with the eye this close to Mexico, this is certainly too late to evacuate now. Please be bunkered down at this point. Hurricane watch is in effect from Punta Telmo to Lazaro, Cardenas, and a tropical storm warning is in effect for that same area, as well as from El Roblito to San Blas. And I'd like to say that the Puerto Vallarta and Manzanillo areas are currently under fire from Hurricane Patricia. And, well, it should be interesting. Well, not necessarily. Hopefully,
Devin, I'm currently looking at an image onto my TV on, like, I was watching Weather Channel of Patricia, and it's still quite defined.
Sure. It'd be nice if we
I mean, it's not as
it would be nice.
It's not as defined as before. I mean, it's not as defined as before, but it's still adequately defined for 190 mile per hour Category 5.
I would love to be able to. I would love to be able to get 89 gigahertz imagery up on the system, but I know that's horribly behind. I'm not even going to attempt that.
Look at the comments.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting a good giggle out of the comments myself. I mean, people have been flaming the comments ever since this live stream started. I mean, there are some interesting people out there, you know, and all that they want their attention. I thought I'd satisfy one for the expense of showing how stupid that these people are. And, you know.
Did you see about the Taco Bell?
I don't even want to know. The comments are really something else. I mean, you know, some people are just so ignorant. It's sad, and I actually feel bad for some of these people. But, you know, they make me chuckle here now and then, but that's because I have a very bad sense of humor. Yeah, I admit I'm not the greatest. I'm certainly not the role model, and I am certainly not the greatest authority person out there because of that. But certainly.
Well, that will give you.
Anyways, I think I want to go back to this imagery in particular. Well, not imagery, but this wind map of Hurricane Patricia, and you can still see, even here, how circular the outer bands here are on the surface. And if I go up to the upper level, what you'll find out is that that's not the only thing that's very impressive with this system. The most, maybe possibly the most impressive part would be this upper air anticyclone that is around the system. And, you know, I just look at this and I am absolutely astounded at what I'm looking at. This is one of the most impressive anticyclones I've seen. Certainly interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
I wonder how strong that anticyclone is.
I'd give it relatively strong because it has to be very strong to withstand this sort of power that's coming out of Hurricane Patricia.
Certainly. Basically, no, there's no more Hurricane Hunter flights going into this.
No, that's it.
No more advisories for another 2 hours.
I'm watching
so
TV,
basically
guys.
Just waiting for
and I saw that there's already been damage reported in I can't say its name, but the city that starts with an M. The one
MANZANILLO
on the southern side. Yes, there's already been damage reported.
In the hangout chat. I can probably pronounce it.
Well, it looks like the landfall has now just went and occurred. on RAM imagery. On the visible imagery, anyway. It looks like the landfall has now occurred. Looks like we've got a Cat 5 hurricane landfall on Mexico. Hurricane Patricia, winds of 190 miles per hour, air pressure 900 millibars, has now made landfall on Mexico by the looks of it. I need to try and keep you posted.
Unbelievable.
It looks like it's
see
only
if
just made landfall.
Still on the Hurricane Hunter radar, if it's even still available. It certainly still is. It's way on the edge, but Patricia's still on the Hurricane Hunter radar. And oh boy, I still see it just offshore. I don't know how long ago this was. 21:46. So that was about 15 minutes ago. I think that
edging ever so closer. It is edging ever so closer. I'm thinking by now it's made a landfall by now.
I wouldn't be so sure to that, but it's a possibility.
Well, Devin, you're right about the publicity that news media gives it. Because the Weather Channel is billing it strongest storm on Earth, quote unquote.
Oh, Jesus. Well, certainly, this storm is, though you can't say that it's the strongest on Earth because there was Typhoon Tip that was deeper and Typhoon Nancy that was stronger. The only way that you can actually say that you can actually safely say is that this storm had the highest wind speeds ever reliably recorded by aircraft reconnaissance, which is 200 miles an hour.
I mean, Nancy wasn't very properly recorded. Nancy wasn't accurately recorded. They could have just said 180 miles per hour. They could have just put it in accent and put knots instead of miles per hour. That could have been an accident. There's an argument to that.
I think that might have been the case with Ethel, but certainly not with Nancy. I've looked at it. It's certainly not Nancy.
Can somebody bring that one up?
Sure.
But just to let you know, a quick update here.
Wow, look at this. You want to talk about interesting elephant trunk tornado? Look at this. That is absolutely gorgeous.
Oh.
This is caused from Hurricane Patricia. Also, pull up some other images. I don't know if they'll.
No, hang on. Where is this? Where is this?
Sure, that was from Patricia because I swear I've seen that photo hundreds of times.
It's just something I've decided on Twitter, so you could be correct. It's going to be another location.
Here's some imagery of the flooding from Mexico right now. Here's somebody that hopefully did not drive through those waters. Hopefully that car was just there. Obviously, you never want to drive your car through a flooded roadway. Doesn't matter if you're 100 hours late to work. You just don't drive your car through a flooded roadway. And here are people boarding up for Hurricane Patricia, but I'm afraid that 190 mile an hour winds, I don't think those boards are going to mean anything.
Oh, here comes this one.
Oh, I'm looking at the webcam feed on TV from MANZANILLO. Oh my God, it's already come. The rain's coming down hard. It's already quite gusty there too.
Let's see if you can define this for us.
Whereabouts? We're about to, no, that's not necessarily saying that. It's, that's saying, what it looks like now in Puerto Vallarta.
Yeah.
Puerto Vallarta ahora literally means, Puerto Vallarta now. So, that's probably saying what it looks like currently in Puerto Vallarta.
Looks like we have a lot. Yep. Devin, would you actually agree with me here that
I'm waiting for everything to load. I'm pretty sure this is going to confirm it.
well, I've got RAM up, so I'll show you RAM at this precise moment in time.
Oh, okay. Tell me when you get the RAM up.
This is RAM right now. That looks like that looks like a landfall.
Can you please screen share?
I'm screen sharing.
I am unfortunately not seeing it.
Is it not right? I'll try and present it to everyone.
How you do that? How you do present anyway?
It's easy enough done. Yeah, I'll try and restart the screen share, see what happens. Alright, try that now. Seeing the screen share now, Devin?
Yes.
There we go. Would you agree that that is a landfall now?
Hold on. Oh. It could be.
I'll even zoom in just to give you a better view of it.
If you could stop it right on the last frame, I could get a better look at it.
Not quite.
Stop. Last frame.
Looks like that eye is still just offshore.
It actually looks like it's trying to be
Close to it.
If that wraps round, that's a landfall. If these thunderstorms here wrap round, it's a landfall. Because that's the eye right there. This is the eye right there. So you could be looking at.
What's the imagery you got on your screen, Devin?
I will say that I will have to leave the live stream in approximately 30 minutes.
So let's hope it landfalls or not land. I don't know. Let's see when it landfalls.
Yeah, it should landfall in the next. Well, for me, I've got another 9 minutes. Well, 7 minutes. So that's another 7 minutes to wait until the imagery update. Just a little recap. We all know that Patricia now is a Cat 5 hurricane. Always was.
Still is.
Still is. That's what I said. Always was. It did have winds of 200 miles per hour. Now down to 190 miles per hour. The air pressure has now risen to 900 millibars exactly, but blowing Haiyan, Hagapit, Sodalor, Banzai, all sorts of Cat 5s, Wilma, Linda, those sort of Cat 5 tropical cyclones out of the water. That's how significant this hurricane is.
There's just name a storm, and there's a good chance that it beats it. Actually, I will say it right now. Name any storm that's occurred after 1980, and it beats it.
Sandy.
Beats it. Sandy was 140 millibars.
Bad old Katrina.
1 millibars deeper than Sandy.
Guys, I am looking to the MANZANILLO beach calm, and how powerful is Patricia?
It's at 190.
This is awesome right here. ITCC 420 says only 190 miles an hour. I can run faster.
Oh really? Right. Try and run 190 miles.
What are you, Sonic the Hedgehog?
Gotta go.
Flipping must be, because there's no way in hell can you outrun a 190 mile an hour Cat 5 hurricane.
Good God.
Oh, it's funny though.
Well, what isn't funny is that there's a Cat 5 making landfall in Mexico.
That's not funny.
That's not funny.
That's not funny.
That's
That's
not funny anymore.
No.
No. Nighttime is now beginning to fall, so you can see the shadow of the thunderstorms on the actual eye, so that's probably the best view of the hurricane now. The best view of it. Hurricane Patricia has made what looks like has made a landfall now. But I wait until I'm just trying to update it every 2 minutes?
Yeah, I'm updating it about the same rate.
Because I shall be getting ready to update it. I'm going to start updating it every minute now, so that's going to be.
Okay. One thing I would like to say, if you viewers have anything that you would like me to show, as long as I'm able to catch it on the comments, please comment it. Just realize that there's about a minute delay between you commenting and me being able to see it, so there's at least that. Okay, Sonos Pete says greetings from Guadalajara. That's the third person from Guadalajara. I don't know. Do you guys think that Guadalajara will experience hurricane force winds from this?
Well, potentially, but it depends on if the hurricane will go straight. But I'd need to see what happens in the future, because obviously the future's a long time away. But it depends if the hurricane will still be hurricane force, which starting to doubt.
Mountains are going to wreck the system.
Okay, guys, I'm pasting this.
Oh yeah, you can actually see here. You see this exposed area here that's come off right here. That's the mountains affecting it. It's the mountains ripping it apart.
Can somebody bring that one up when it loads?
I see you screen sharing, Craig.
Yep.
Yeah. This is probably going to be the last time that I'm going to need to reiterate this before landfall. But if there are any new viewers, certainly welcome. There's a bit of a crazy thing going on in the chat room right now, but everyone's all riled up from this unbelievably intense system, so things will probably start calming down in about a couple of hours. But I would like to say that all current information, as given by the National Hurricane Center, is in the description right now, except for one little mistake that I forgot to correct, which I am now correcting.
60 seconds until the update.
Hurricane Patricia has weakened to 190 miles per hour. This rivals strengths of storms, Typhoon Tip, Hurricane Allen, and that's all I can name off the top of my head.
Oh, you tried.
Yes. Oh my god.
Minimum central pressure 900 millibars still is beating hurricane record for the deepest hurricane ever recorded in the eastern or central Pacific.
There you go at the moment of truth. This is it, Devin.
Tip.
Well, is it going to be a landfall now? Is it going to be? This is the last update of the visible imagery that you'll get before landfall. Is it a landfall? I'd like to hope so.
It isn't. The gifts take.
Holy crap! What? Oh, that is a landfall now.
It's landfall.
That's got to be a landfall.
Literally just before. Yeah.
That's a landfall right there.
But that is just before. If there are any reports now coming in from. Oh wow!
That's a landfall. That's a landfall.
Yeah, I would say that we can confirm here at 6 o'clock, maybe a little bit
11:15 UK
After
time.
then, I can probably confirm that Hurricane Patricia has made landfall. Yes, I can definitely say that this storm has probably made landfall. Wow. Jules Greer would like to greet us from Puerto Vallarta. He is 69 years old. So, David, he's in your territory there.
Yeah, a little bit older than me.
Grandpa David.
You're welcome. Okay, guys, have a look at that. I've just posted it to the chat room.
Okay.
So
wow.
wind gust knocked that camera off its bearings at that location.
That's got to be crazy.
La Manzanillo.
Look at how far over the palm trees are. Let me steal the screen share here. But these palm trees are bent over. I mean, bent. Look at this. Just somebody look at this. That is, you know.
The sea's still pretty calm. It's not that. Just bring. What have we got?
Come on. Worries me, but I could definitely say here that we have a Category 5 Hurricane Patricia landfall in Mexico, beating the previous landfall record in Mexico by 30 miles per hour on the western coast, by 15 miles per hour in all of Mexico. Previous strongest landfall, I'm pretty sure Gilbert and Dean tie for that, 175 miles per hour, and probably some other storms as well. I think Anita was landfall at 175.
I think this has the strongest landfall by wind speed.
Beulah, I also believe. Apparently, somebody says 911 millibar landfall. But I doubt that. It's 900 millibars. This is, I'm pretty much at a loss for comments here because, oh man, I got a little bit relieved when I saw that the storm was weakening a bit, but this is just not even close to being enough. Clearly, a Category 5 landfall in Mexico.
Oh my god.
Actually, this infrared imagery says that the eye is basically offshore, but it's 20 minutes later. I will say that Patricia's made landfall. It seems
Okay,
like
what do we do?
passed just to the west. So, oh wow.
Where did it make landfall?
I'm still trying to figure out where the center of this cone is. So I can tell, hey, this is what made landfall. But this is, of course, going to take forever to come up, so.
Come on, come on.
The phone is.
Seems like 19.4 negative 105.
Well, I think I've reached landfall, so I'm gonna go now because I'm exhausted. I need to
Okay,
take a
well,
nap.
it was a pleasure having you on the live stream, John. I'm happy that you were able to take some time out of your day to join us.
I was
Bye.
here to landfall. Right? I made it to landfall.
Bye.
Yes.
Alright, bye guys. I'm gonna take a nap now because I'm exhausted. I had a long day today and I was up till really
You're
late.
not the only one that's had a long day.
I was awake till like 2 or 3 last night keeping an eye on this storm. So
You weren't the only one, trust me.
I ran today off of a couple hours sleep, so I'm
Rip
gonna get
Manzanilla cam, so I guess the Renz and Manzanilla better than Typhoon Haiyan and Hurricane Wilma. Yes, it's better than both storms. At not at landfall. Haiyan is a stronger landfall than Patricia. If you go by pressure or wind speed, Haiyan made landfall at 195 miles an hour, 895 millibars. Patricia has made landfall at 190 miles an hour, 900 millibars. But this storm has
before I go,
much broken records worldwide.
I never talked about the RIP, the camera. Well, should have got a new one.
Yeah, well.
A little bit of humor in this, very dire
Beach
situation.
cams are certainly down from what I'm seeing.
Alright, we can assume that maybe they got wrecked by the eye wall. So.
Is Google Maps actually going to take me to where I want?
Yes.
So I can see where this cone is. I might have been wrong with the Manzanilla area because it was really difficult to tell where this map is. Okay, Google Earth is not complying with me in the slightest.
Alright. It's made landfall. Bye for now, guys. See ya.
Not over yet.
You know what? I might as well stick it out. I've changed my mind.
I was planning on going live for at least for another hour after landfall, so I want to keep this going till about 7:30, 8 o'clock. We have now been on air for, I'm pretty sure, over 4 hours. 3 hours. 3 hours, 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Google Maps is still not complying with me.
Alright, I'm gonna take a nap now. I'm exhausted. Bye, guys.
See ya.
Yep, here's Manzanillo. Here's the Manzanilla area here. So yeah, that was probably the good guess.
Let's see if I can bring up the Navy site.
Jalisco.
Nathan just posted, hope everything's going okay. 2 days viewing our stream. Nathan is unable to participate in the live broadcast, but he's thinking of us. And we should mention that this is our first live stream. And while we're not professionals, from my own personal position, the team are providing a very interesting service, and we don't take us for 1 minute as being professionals. It's a group of individuals that come together and they look at what's taking place on the global scene. And as we've mentioned over the last few hours, Patricia is now in the history books, and she's still got some way to go.
Yeah, well, anyways, what you should know now, Hurricane Patricia's made landfall, so it's not going to get any stronger. It's only certainly a steep downhill cliff from here. Probably what you should know about Hurricane Patricia is that it's expected to dissipate within 36 hours from here. It's expected to influence moisture in the Gulf of Mexico and bring Texas a lot of heavy landfall. Oh, we got a question here. Aguas Calientes, Mexico. Let me see. Let's see where that is.
We lost a life, Carrie. The next few hours will answer that one.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
guys.
You guys are to.
Yes,
You
guys.
guys are to the north and east of Guadalajara. Well, you guys aren't going to experience as much effects as Guadalajara is, and Guadalajara is probably going to experience hurricane force winds. I don't know if it will get hurricane force winds all the way inland like that, because Mexico is very mountainous terrain, and mountainous terrain tears apart hurricanes very rapidly. Hurricane Kenna made landfall in Mexico, and I think it was gone the next day, not even. So the rapid dissipation. So it might not even last another 24 hours. Now that I really think about it, but it all depends on how quickly the storm dissipates. The storm has been on a weakening trend for a little while now. Was at 200 miles an hour. Now it's at 190, and it's only downhill with intensity from here. Very heavy rainfalls, over 40 millimeters per hour in the most extreme case, are going to be coming ashore now. Landslides are certainly a significant concern, especially in the mountainous areas of Mexico. I would be definitely concerned about flooding. That's probably going to be the biggest concern for inland Mexico, is significant rainfall.
And in response to the comment for Moon Mama re TVN live chases over in Texas, I do engage with them, and I've been monitoring the Texas scene for the last couple of days. So that is an ongoing scene over there, and we're just waiting to see what Patricia's going to do in the coming days.
Yes.
Okay, would you like to bring up the Joint Typhoon Warning Centre's latest advisory and chart?
I don't think it's going to say much. I don't think we need radar anymore, because there's no more radar imagery coming out.
No, so it's just the advisories, NHC.
Yes. I'll see what the Joint Typhoon Warning Center is. This was issued at 2200. Well, the JTWC agrees with the ATCF and RAM. No weakening, so the JTWC actually still says 200 miles an hour.
And for the viewers, the Joint Typhoon Warning Centre is reporting via their advisory 16 wave height. Maximum significant wave height is 50 feet.
God.
50 feet, and if you can bring up the graphic.
Oh yes, the graphic. Tried clicking on that twice and I messed up. There you go.
So basically the tracking hasn't really changed, but it's heading to the west of Corpus Christi. So he's going to make a track to San Antonio.
but more than likely the storm's going to be dissipated by then, I'm imagining.
Yeah, just a deep depression.
We don't really take a look at the Navy's imagery that much. How about take a look at this image from the Navy of Hurricane Patricia? If you guys can see it. That's astounding.
Which one are you looking at? Hang on.
As far as
The
someone
satellite
saying
imagery
that
one?
Puerto Vallarta has not experienced any wind yet, that's because the storm isn't really in your vicinity yet. It's still a couple 100 miles to the south and east of you guys yet. You guys will probably experience deteriorating conditions in about 3 hours, I would say. Significantly deteriorating conditions in about 3 hours. So yes, it'll be 6 in Guadalajara. Yeah, nothing's expected to. Nothing really too significant, I don't think, is expected to occur in Guadalajara, as far as I know.
We should also mention to the viewers that it has been reported that landslides is a major issue over there, but no reports of that taking place as yet.
Oh no.
We've got no information re-evacuation centres.
Yes, I'm looking at this storm. I'm just looking at it like, look at this Navy imagery. I can't believe this. Lord, this is a very strong.
That is a beautiful picture of Patricia, and that'll be part of the Navy's record now.
That.
Yes, I've done the same.
That is. Unbelievable. Usually I'd be posting something on my Facebook page about this right now, but you know, I think this 4-hour live stream certainly compensates for that.
We appreciate the support to the stream, and as mentioned, we're not professionals, and considering that I've only been part of the team for probably 2-3 months or even less, it's a service that we look at, and there is quite a bit of technical operation that goes on to bring this live streaming.
Yes, we're basically only reporters in the field at this point in time. Tropical cyclone enthusiasts, if you may. We don't come up with the advisories, although we would definitely like to. We don't come up with the advisories. We just report the information that's out there, and that's what we're here to do.
And the information that we do provide is extracted from many sources. And Nathan, who is the one that does the commentary, he's on his annual holidays, and we're hoping that he might pop in during the next few days if he has access to the internet. And
well, I have bad news. I do have to go now, unfortunately.
All right. Well, what we might do, we might sign off for the time being, and there are others that might bring the live streaming back on. But I think there will be there will be updates. But as mentioned, I'm a new person to the team, and I might be able to do some live broadcasting. But the reports will continue to be updated.
Certainly. If you want, pay attention to any local media reports. I'm not sure where to look for that. Cesar will probably be posting a couple things to the Force 13 Facebook page. You can find that. Facebook.com/Force13 all, and that is written out. So not Force 13, but Force 13 in all letters. If there's any last minute questions right now, I'll be more than happy to take them. I don't know if Jason has anything planned for the overnight, but if he's going to do something, it might be around the 11, 12 o'clock hour.
Yes,
As far as that, I'm not 100% sure when the next advisory is. Obviously, stay tuned to the National Hurricane Center. They're the ones that produce the advisories. They're going to be source here. Yeah. I really wish I could say longer, but I unfortunately do have to get going here. I've been on this for 4 hours here. We've been on this for 4 hours here. Certainly like to thank you, David, for coming on midstream. You're certainly a great help with finding. You're certainly really good with media, finding pictures and whatnot, and breaking news stories. Certainly, definitely, although he's not here now, definitely like to thank Craig for coming on, doing this live stream with me. Hurricane Patricia, Category 5. Just stay tuned to any local news sources, and if there's any significant breaking news, I'm pretty sure that it'll be posted to the Force 13 Facebook page. You can also follow us on Twitter, also Force 13. If you want to, you can also add Nathan on Skype. That will be Fool13, though that's spelled with the numbers, so that'll be FOOL13. If you want to add him on Skype, he'll add you to the Force 13 chat room, and you can end up talking to the Force 13 team and possibly even be on one of our live events if you want to. But I gotta hang up the broadcast now. We'll be seeing you guys sometime later. We'll leave you, I think, with this absolutely stunning picture of Hurricane Patricia by the Navy.
And also, just a final comment from me, we do operate on Twitter. You can look at force13.au, sorry, force13au or force13.
And so, any comment from this storm will be say thanks. Thanks for all the team of Force 13 for Force 13. Thanks for all of us for staying tuned with us. This live coverage one of the most powerful hurricanes of the decade, probably of the century, and this is Hurricane Patricia.
Yes, very thoughtful words there from Marcel. we'll see you sometime later on.
And cheers for now.